Senate will come to order. All those not having privileges of the floor will please vacate the chamber. Those in the gallery and those on the floor will please rise as we're led in prayer by Frank Collier, Senate Assistant Doorkeeper. Please remain standing after the prayer as the Senator from Morgan leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Collier.
Let us pray. Our Heavenly Father, Lord, we ask you to continue to bless this body. Lord, we thank you so much for living in such a wonderful country and so much freedom, and the privilege to have the chance to pass laws. Bless us, dear Lord, as we continue to have business to take care of, and dear Lord, we'll give you the blessings, give you the glory forever. Amen.
Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Please join me in pledging allegiance to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Reading of the Journal.
West Virginia Legislature, Senate Journal, March 29th, 2021. The Senate met at 11:04 a.m. Senator Blair, Mr. President, in the chair.
The junior senator from the 17th requests unanimous consent that further reading of the journal be dispensed with and the journal be approved. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Further reading of the journal is dispensed with and the journal is approved. Introduction of guests. Senior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the Senate, it is your pleasure and mine to introduce our doc of the day. In the rear of the chamber, we have with us today Dr. Matthew Davis from Lewisburg, West Virginia. He's currently practicing ER in Beckley. If he wouldn't mind standing, let Senate give you a warm welcome.
Further introductions. Senior senator from the 5th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have two introductions. First, this is the last day of the Paul Ambrose Fellows that are in the gallery to my left. We have Dr. Ben Wainblatt and Dr. John Apgar that are with us. I want to thank this body and thank the President personally for allowing them to be able to participate. This is an unbelievable program. These doctors select this program and go through part of their residency to become fellows in understanding policy on health care and how it mixes with the legislative process. I would like for them to stand, and they are standing. Let's give them a great round of applause. Also, as we're doing things virtually this year, I would like to say hello to someone that's watching that has been up here many times as a part of the AARP West Virginia Capital Advocacy Team, Irvin Scarberry. I have known Irvin for many, many years. And I really appreciate the manner in which he does things and how he advocates on behalf of AARP. And I'd like to say we welcome you as you're visiting with us virtually, Irvin. Thank you.
Further introductions. Communications from the House.
The Clerk of the House announced that the House changed the effective date only as it relates to Senate Bill 67 relating to Authority of Emergency Medical Services Advisory Council.
Message will be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the changed effective date.
The Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the Senate concur in the change to the effective date. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage.
The Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective from passage. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the sheet. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than two-thirds of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
The House changed the effective date only as it relates to Senate Bill 390, reorganizing healthcare authority under DHHR and clarifying responsibilities for all-payer claims database.
Message will be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the changed effective date.
The senior senator from the 17th moves that the Senate concur in the change to the effective date. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. Senior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage.
Senior senator from the 17th requests 1 second. The senior senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective from passage. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine.
Top of page 3.
I've got duplicate pages here. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than two-thirds of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill effective for passage. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
The House amended the Senate amendments as it relates to committee substitute for House Bill 2024, expand use of telemedicine to all medical personnel.
The message will be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendment to House Bill 2024.
The senior senator from the 17th moves that the Senate concur in the House amendments to the Senate amendments to House Bill 2024. Is there discussion? Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The purpose of this bill is to expand access to telehealth services by allowing a physician-patient relationship to be started via an audio-only telephone call. The bill provides for parity of payment for specified telemedicine services and establishes an effective date. The House amended the bill by making technical changes, such as inserting punctuation, striking a word, and changing language to make it consistent with the defined terms. The House incorporated the definition of established patient into Section 30-1-26 and replaced the definition of healthcare practitioner to provide clarity by enumerating the boards impacted by the telehealth statute by code sections and including a general description. The House removed an exception from the 12-month limitation of state of emergency, since this could be included in an order issued by the governor. The House amended language related to prescription of Schedule II drugs with an existing patient relationship of 1 year to that of an established patient. I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? If not, this question before the Senate is the Senate concur in the House amendments to the Senate amendments to House Bill 2024. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. Question now is in passage the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
The senior senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective from passage and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? The chair hears none. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, and not voting. More than two-thirds of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House adopted the Conference Committee report and passed the bill as it relates to committee substitute for House Bill 2263, update the regulation of pharmacy benefit managers.
The message will be received. Senator from Marshall is recognized to explain the Committee of Conference report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Conference Committee on House Bill 2263 has met and come to an agreement. The item of disagreement was concerns on how the rebates from the pharmaceutical manufacturers would be applied. The House version required that the rebate be applied at the point of sale. That would lower the cost of the specific drug to the individual purchasing the drug by applying the portion of the manufacturer's rebates to that individual's copay. The Senate version required all rebates be provided to the health care plan. The health plan would then use those rebates to reduce the premiums and copays for all participants of the plan. A compromise was reached that blended the concepts of the House and the Senate. The House language was adopted, but another sentence was added to ensure that any rebate which would result in an individual receiving money back at the point of sale would be returned to the health plan provider to lower the premiums for the plan. Essentially, what this does is it's essentially the House language. That last sentence probably has very little effect, in my opinion. Additionally, rulemaking authority was provided to the insurance commissioner with the internal effective date of January 1st, 2022 was added. I urge adoption of the report.
The senator from Marshall moves that the Committee of Conference report be adopted. Is there discussion? If not, the question is on adoption of the motion by the senator from Marshall. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the report adopted. The question now is on passage of the bill as amended by the Committee of the Conference report. Is there discussion? If not, question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Jake. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine to ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
The Clerk of the House announced the passage by that body of committee substitute for House Bill 2747, transferring the Parole Board to the Office of Administrative Hearings.
Message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2773, permitting DNR to issue up to 100 permits for boats greater than 10 horsepower on Upper Mud River Lake.
Message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Natural Resources.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2793, permit out-of-state residents to obtain West Virginia concealed carry permits.
The message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2890 to clarify the regulatory authority of the Public Service Commission of West Virginia over luxury limousine services.
Message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Government Organization and then to the Committee on Judiciary.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2962 relating generally to dental practice.
Message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Health and Human Resources.
Committee substitute for House Bill 3002 update road abandonment process.
The message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure.
House Bill 3300 relating to reducing personal income tax rates generally.
The message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
House Bill 3303 relating to clarifying the process of filling vacancies on ballots.
The message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
The House adopted House Concurrent Resolution 20, Bill Withers Memorial Road.
The message will be received and the resolution will be referred to the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure.
Committee substitute for House Concurrent Resolution 43, naming the U.S. Army Hugh H. Smokey Stover Memorial Road.
The message will be received and the resolution will be referred to the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure.
House Concurrent Resolution 54, the Robin W. Ames Memorial Road.
The message will be received and the resolution will be referred to the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure.
House Concurrent Resolution 62, Major Samuel Wilson Rogers, Jr. Memorial Bridge.
The message will be received and the resolution will be referred to the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure.
House Concurrent Resolution 63, the Mayor George Karos Bridge.
Message will be received and the resolution will be referred to the Transportation and Infrastructure.
House Concurrent Resolution 64, Deputy Sheriff Scott D. Myers Memorial Bridge.
Message will be received and the resolution will be referred to the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure.
House Concurrent Resolution 72, the David Allen Drake Sr. Memorial Bridge.
The message will be received and referred to the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. Communications from the executive.
There are none.
Reports from standing committees.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration engrossed House Bill 2253 relating to forgery and other crimes concerning lottery tickets, and has amended same and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass as amended. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration engrossed House Bill 2888 relating to when contentions can be revived based on forensic scientific evidence that was not available at the time of conviction, and engrossed House Bill 3081 updating the West Virginia Business Corporations Act, and reports the same back with the recommendation that they each do pass. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
The report will be received. Reports from select committees.
There are none.
Introduction of bills.
Senate Bill 719 by Senators Blair, Mr. President, and Baldwin by request of the executive, supplemental appropriation from State Fund General Revenue to West Virginia State Police.
The bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Senate Bill 720 by Senators Blair, Mr. President, and Baldwin by request of the executive, supplemental appropriation from State Road Fund to DMV.
The bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Senate Bill 721 by Senators Blair, Mr. President, and Baldwin by request of the executive, supplemental appropriation to Oil and Gas Reclamation Fund.
The bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance. Resolutions.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 56 by Senator Maynard requesting study on costs of inmate incarceration paid by municipalities.
Under the rules of the Senate, the resolution will lie over 1 day.
Senate Resolution 32 by Senators Nelson and Takubo congratulating the George Washington High School Patriot boys soccer team.
Under the rules of the Senate, the resolution will lie over 1 day. Motions. Petitions.
There are none.
Unfinished business.
Senate Resolution 31 designating March as National Social Work Month.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the resolution be placed upon its passage.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 31 designating March as National Social Work Month.
Question is on adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The month of March is designated as National Social Work Month and a great opportunity to recognize all West Virginia social workers. I have the privilege of working with these guys on almost a daily basis, and I can tell you they are one of the most valued, under-recognized individuals, I think, in the hospital. Everybody kind of leans on them. The social work profession goes beyond the walls of the hospital, though. They are one of the fastest growing professions in the United States, with nearly 800,000 people that are expected to be employed as social workers by 2028. They are one of the largest groups of mental health care providers in the nation, applying evidence-based techniques to help overcome substance abuse disorders and many, many other health conditions. They are always present in times of crisis and have been especially hard at work helping people during the pandemic. They continue to assist West Virginia and the nation to overcome challenges such as poverty, mental illness, substance abuse, racial injustice, and social and health inequities. Today, we recognize social workers for their dedication and commitment in promoting the well-being of all West Virginians. For this and many more reasons, Mr. President, I urge its passage.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted. Bills on third reading.
Engrossed Senate Bill 307 relating generally to in-state tuition rates for certain persons. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill provides that active members of a reserve unit in West Virginia who are not West Virginia residents and current members of the U.S. Armed Forces who reside in West Virginia are to be charged resident tuition rates. The bill also removes the currently existing requirement that active members of a National Guard unit in West Virginia who are not West Virginia residents participate in the National Guard Education Services Program as a condition for qualifying for resident tuition rates. I'm happy to answer any questions. I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 360, allowing poll workers to work full and half days. Third reading of the bill.
The question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 360 makes it explicitly clear that the county election officers can offer half-day shifts to poll clerks working any election. It does this by amending subsection little letter K of Chapter 3, Article 1, Section 44 of the Code to allow the county commission to set a time by which poll clerks must appear for work on election days for half-day workers. Section 44 of the same article is amended to allow that poll clerks who work a half day on election day will be compensated for their full day of attendance at the School of Instruction for election officials. Ballot commissioners must still work a full day on election day to receive such compensation. Subsection M was added in committee to make it clear that this is a permissive statute and that no county is required to offer these half-day shifts. This bill gives counties a potentially valuable tool to fill the need for poll workers on election day. I'm happy to answer questions, but otherwise I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, and not voting. More than a majority of those present in voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed, and the clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 470, limiting release of certain personal information maintained by state agencies. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Judiciary Committee substitute for the GO Committee substitute for Senate Bill 470 amends two existing sections of the state code. They're both in Article 8, Chapter 5A, sections 21 and 22. And it would add a new section to that chapter, an article designated as Section 24, and all relating to the information kept and maintained by the state and the disclosure of personal private information of certain public officials. So the amendments to Section 21 and 22 clarified that the release of the information prescribed to be released is an unreasonable invasion of privacy. And then the new section, Section 24, adds language to protect the personal information relating to judicial officers, prosecutors, and law enforcement officers. And the new section adopts the name Daniels Law. And the source of the name of the law is a tragic story. It is the story of a person who compiled information, a dossier of information on a federal judge in New Jersey. Her name was Judge Esther Salas. And her son Daniel was killed by the person who compiled the information. So the new protections provide that it's to be liberally construed, to provide broad protection to accomplish the policy of the state, which is to enhance the safety of public officials, their family members. There are definitions in the section. Terms defined are disclose, immediate family member, judicial officer, law enforcement officer, prosecutor. And the operative language starts in subsection D, and it says unless there's written permission from a person to disclose or make public, make available the home address or an unpublished or personal telephone number of any active, formerly active or retired judicial officer, prosecutor, or law enforcement officer, a state agency may not knowingly disclose that information. The next subsection says without such personal written permission, no person, business, association can disclose or redisclose or otherwise make available that information, that personal information, home address, personal telephone numbers. That subsection allows a civil action to be filed by the public official, or, and I'm going to make clear, we're dealing also with retired public officials here. So a civil action, and those are, again, prosecutors, judges, law enforcement officers, and the court is permitted to award damages, punitive damages, attorney's fees and costs, other preliminary or equitable relief as the court deems appropriate. It says that a person who's protected, whose information is protected under this statute, has the right to request that a person who's disclosed the information or published it or put it up on the internet to take it down and remove it. And subsection G provides the same authority for an immediate family member. And it says a request, this is subsection H, a request to refrain and remove information pursuant to those subsections is made in writing. And upon receipt of a written request to refrain from publishing or remove the information, the person or business or association who has disclosed it or published it, made it available, shall immediately remove it from any location where the information has been disclosed. It permits a civil action there for an immediate injunctive relief. And if the court grants injunctive relief, the court can require the violator to pay attorney's fees and costs. It provides for a criminal offense. So a person who willfully refuses to remove the information within 24 hours of a receipt of the written request is guilty of a misdemeanor and fined up to $1,000 or confined up to 6 months in jail or both. The bill makes clear that the new law does not prohibit any disclosures that are required to be made under federal or state law. Mr. President, we had testimony on this very subject from one of our United States District Court judges, a former employee of the West Virginia Senate, and that was Judge Klee when we took the bill up in the Judiciary Committee. I'd be happy to try to answer questions, but I urge passage of this important public safety bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? Senator from Cabell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just take a minute to let the body know how important this piece of legislation is. We had a lot of collaboration from our former staff member in Judiciary, now Federal Judge Tom Klee. The senator from Ohio worked with me on this bill before the session. Now we have a situation where, again, West Virginia leads the country in protecting our prosecutors, our law enforcement officers, magistrates, federal court judges, federal magistrates, family court judges. So basically, when this becomes law, we will have the best law there is in the United States of America to make sure that the public information of our judicial officers and law enforcement, that's protected. I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the scene. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk has a title amendment.
Senator Trump moved to amend the title of the bill.
The question is on the adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Senate Bill 486 relating to powers and duties of Chief Technology Officer. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 486 is an agency bill. It updates code relating to the Office of Technology, which has been largely unaltered since 2006. The bill changes the title Chief Technology Officer to Chief Information Officer and codifies the advisory committee that now exists only as a result of a previous executive order. Senate Bill 486 also codifies the Chief Information Officer's authority to request resources from the federal government for technology and cybersecurity programs. The Office of Technology's Project Management Office is mandated under the bill to assemble a technology portfolio evaluating the cost and benefit of proposed technology projects. The bill also makes minor changes to code, in particular updating definitions to align with those of the National Institute of Standards and Technology. I'll take questions, otherwise I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? Senator from Mercer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to take a minute and explain the purpose of this bill. When I was in business, I found if my IT or information technology was not current, I couldn't be efficient or competitive. In looking at the IT infrastructure of our state agencies, some are in good shape and some are woefully out of date. I'm sure everyone here would agree with that. In investigating this issue, I talked to the chief technology. The state does have a technology department, but the department has no authority over state agencies. Each agency has the right and practice of just deciding when or if they upgrade software or hardware or whatever, and there's no strategic oversight or coordination between the various agencies. So this bill is to change the technology office from just being a service technician to help whatever agencies call on them, to giving them strategic authority to coordinate the infrastructure upgrades of various agencies and try to get a better long-term plan so that there's conversation, there's discussion, and we get more efficiency out of our IT department. And this bill raises the authority of the IT officer from being a service technician to have an authority over agencies that have to report to him, and we get some strategic coordination that way. Urge passage of the bill.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Senior Senator from the 5th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this. This is something that's been long in coming, and to be honest with you, with the cybersecurity issues that are out there, the coordination from the Chief Technology Officer is more important now than it has ever been. And we have a very good Chief Technology Officer in Mr. Spence that identifies and realizes this. He also understands the threats. In his past life in working with the National Guard, he understands what needs to be done, and to be able to have a coordinated effort through his office is very important, and I urge the adoption of this bill.
Further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 492, establishing program for bonding to reclaim abandoned wind and solar generation facilities. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 492 would establish a bonding program to decommission and reclaim land burdened by wind and solar electrical generation facilities after they close. Owners of such facilities will be required to notify and provide certain information to the Department of Environmental Protection and decommissioning the facilities. The bill allows the Department of Environmental Protection to determine and assess a reclamation bond based on a generation facility's total disturbed acreage. Owners may still contract for decommissioning with local governments and operators subject to the approval and modification by DEP. The bill also requires application fees for operators and penalties for noncompliance of the bonding requirements. The bill creates an account into which fees, penalties, and accrued interest must be paid and held. DEP will operate the program from this fund. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? Senator from Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. President. I may be the only person voting no on this bill today, but I sat and I've thought about it since I watched it go through energy, and I just can't support it. You know, nobody appreciates and loves the coal industry more than I do. Big part of my area up where I'm from. A lot of my friends and folks I know work in the coal industry. I've represented a lot of them over the years. But you know, my daughter's 17, and she's getting ready to leave for college, and she could have gone to WVU, but she chose to go out of state. And you know, when I asked her why, she said, "I can't come back here." She said, "We're backwards." She said, "We're anti-inclusion, we're anti-working people, and we're anti-clean energy." And this is what this bill's about. If I had a magic wand that could make coal burn clean, I'd wave it. If I could make the world burn nothing but coal for energy, I'd make that happen, but I can't. But we can't hide behind false hurdles for what's coming and think we're going to save our coal industry. I said the other day, and I signed a resolution with the gentleman from Kanawha this morning, we've got to invest in clean coal technology. That's the only hope. Or we'll be the only state in the country and in the world burning coal one day.
Putting hurdles in front of clean energy isn't going to help coal, maybe for a little short period of time. And fear-mongering about what's coming with renewable energy isn't going to help coal. It's just going to be proven false, like the crisis down in Texas. To put unnecessary hurdles in front of wind and solar generation moves West Virginia backwards in the eyes of the world, not forward. I'm a no vote, Mr. Chairman.
Further discussion. Senator from Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in full support of this bill. The gentleman from Harrison is misinformed or doesn't want to see what this is all about. For those of us, all of us that lived through the coal industry where abandoned strip mines was left with no oversight on them, and we're still paying for those sins because there was not a plan in place to take care of those strip jobs when they was done. Green energy is here, I admit. Green energy's here. We can't fight it if we wanted to fight it. There's a place for it. I'm not saying there's not a place for it. But what we have is these windmills, we'll use them in one example, is going up on every ridge top. I know in my district and several of the other districts. That's fine. But what happens 20, 30, 40 years from now when they walk away from these? Who's responsible for it? Is the landowner responsible for it? Is the state responsible for it? Is the county responsible for it? All this bill here does is puts a check and balance in place that we're not stuck with another situation like we had with the coal industry. These new windmills coming up are 460 or 480 feet tall. What happens when you walk away from them? This isn't an attack on green energy. This is just common sense regulations to make sure that the state, the county, or the landowners are not responsible for these facilities when they walk away. I mean, I get sick of being attacked all the time because I'm against progress. I'm against green energy. I'm for responsibility. We've got responsibility in the gas industry. We've got responsibility in the coal industry. We have regulations. We have bonding to make sure that the same thing doesn't happen. We learn, hopefully, or supposedly, we're supposed to learn from our mistakes. Well, here's a mistake that could be happening. We're going to have solar farms going up all over the place. We can't help it. It's just progress. It's the sign of the times. But what happens when these are done? You tell me, anybody in this body that thinks that we should just give them a free ride and let them walk away, and then like everything else, the state will step in or the county will step in and try to take care of the problem. Look at the abandoned gas wells in this state. 2,500 abandoned gas wells. We had nothing in place to make sure that that didn't happen. Well, we've got something right here in place to make sure this doesn't happen with the green energy industry. It's not an attack on green industry. It's just responsibility. And I can't believe that anybody would be against putting something in place to make sure that we don't relive our past sins. It's just as simple as that. We're not stopping wind farms. We're not stopping solar farms. But when these things need to be taken down, they need to be recycled or buried in landfills. They need to be something in place to make sure that this is in place, that it can be taken care of. It's nothing personal. I'm not fear-mongering. I've heard fear-mongering. In fact, I was the one that started it, I think this year in one committee, and I've heard it about 6, 7 times now. This is not fear-mongering. This is facts. They're here. They're going to be here. It's nothing personal, but we have to make sure that we have policies in place that when they have to be taken down, then there's money there to help take them down. It's a responsibility bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion. Senator from Cabell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm a big fan of the classic writers like Herman Melville. I just finished reading Moby Dick last night. At the time that was written, the light in the world came from whale blubber. They chased whales all over the oceans, and that was the source of our energy, of our light. And then some man up in Pennsylvania drilled a hole in the ground, and oil came out. And then some man up in West Virginia drilled a hole in the ground, and there was gas. And that was the end. That was the end for the whaling industry. Now, I can't believe I've got to say I love coal. I remember when we prayed for coal in here. So I love coal too. What are we doing now that the world is changing for our coal miners in southern West Virginia? What are we doing now that, if you see the correlation, what are we doing for them? Their jobs are gone. And they're not going to come back in the numbers that we've seen in the past. They're like the whalers, our coal miners. Now, all this bill is, it's a deterrent to clean energy. It's a poke in the eye to people that want to invest, companies that want to invest in green energy. So if our problem is, and I have the utmost respect for my energy chair, but if we're having problems with our coal mines, and that's the fact that they've been abandoned and selenium is coming out and other chemicals, other substances, then let's deal with that issue. And our energy chair mentioned these gas wells that are orphan wells and safety issues and all kinds of other problems. Let's deal with that. And to say that we're looking into the future for 25 years from now and solving a potential problem with the turbines, I don't know. Again, instead of doing this, we should be helped. What have we done this session, Mr. President, to help those miners, families that have lost their jobs and the jobs aren't coming back? Well, this is our answer to that right here. Let's deter any way we can because of bonding and everything else. Let's deter green energy from coming into good old West Virginia because coal is king. Thank you.
Senator from Logan.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm from a little town of Man, West Virginia. Several years ago, the mayor of Man got a grant for a little over $100,000 for solar panels. Back in January, I called him up. I'm coming back from Illinois doing my day job. And I called him up and I asked him, I said, Mayor, can you tell me roughly how much does those solar panels save you? He said about $200 a month. Now, for those of you in here and ever who's listening don't realize, solar panels only have a life of about 20 to 25 years life expectancy. What is my little town of Man, West Virginia going to do when those go bad? They got to get rid of them. You know, I can tell you what they're going to do. They're going to come to the legislature. They're going to go to the county commission. I need help. I ain't got the funds to get rid of it. You know, during the committee meeting on this bill, we had a guy get on Zoom or Team and called in, and he was the deputy director of Mid-Atlantic Renewable Energy Coalition. Sworn in, he said, he tried to beat around the bushes, but I called him out on it. He said if all energy companies were on the same playing field and wasn't getting subsidized, wind and solar could compete. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know of any coal industry other than maybe out on the federal lands in Wyoming that gets some type of federal subsidy. I find it far-fetched that wind and solar can make it without extra money. This ain't a poke in their eye. Like Senator from Tucker said, this is just responsibility of who's going to pay for it when it expires. Do we just leave it in place to be a nuisance? Do we run a string in between the windmills and make it a clothesline? What do we do? This is nothing more than just being physically responsible to the environment and an eyesore as they are already. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Monongalia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the Finance Chair yield, please?
Well, it seems Senator from the 4th yield. The Senator yields.
Thank you, Senator. Just a couple of quick questions. There's a lot of focus on that $150,000 bond that has to be placed up front. And I'm assuming that's on that project and not on individual windmills. Am I correct?
It's per facility, Senator.
Per facility, that's what I thought. Okay, and then those doing business in the state of West Virginia as far as coal mine operations, whether it be strip mine, underground mining, or mountaintop removal, there's bonds in place for those folks as well. Am I correct?
I understand that to be the case, Senator.
Okay. Now, the one piece of this that does give me a little heartburn because I don't have a way to calculate it is the $100 per megawatt initial fee. So let me ask you, what would that be for an operation that's coming into the state of West Virginia per megawatt if they were, because I have no idea what these are producing or what they intend to produce. What would that dollar amount be?
So it's $100 per megawatt, and the average facility is about 2,200 to 2,500. So it's going to be megawatt. Is that correct? Excuse me, 250 megawatt. About 250 megawatts. So you're looking around a $2,500 fee.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you, sir.
Around $2,500 fee.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. President. I grew up in Wyoming County when we were mining coal like you wouldn't believe. We were strip mining coal, we were deep mining coal. Some of us were picking up coal lumps off of slate piles. Some kids were walking along the railroad track, stealing it off railroad cars, for that matter. So I'm obviously a supporter of coal, and I think coal ought to be part of the energy mix for as long as science and energy is needed. I've been for many, many years all of the above. Now, how does that get into what this bill does? If I could go back to the 1970s, actually long before that, but I wasn't around then to know it firsthand. If I could go back and make sure that a coal company had put a bond up to fix up abandoned tipples, high walls, then the government may not have had to have done as much. If this bill is what I think it is simply like allowing us to go back in time and fix the cleanup problem that coal has and gas, but we're doing it now for what's coming in the future, and it's coming, without a doubt. I rise in support of this bill. Thank you.
Senator from Mercer.
Thank you, Mr. President. And listening to this debate or discussion, there's one point I think is being overlooked. It's been characterized that this bill is a poke in the eye to try to protect the coal industry and keep other industries out. In fact, it's not a change in the current process. The Public Service Commission in most counties already require decommissioning, bonding, or funding of facilities, either solar or wind, that are in their counties. All this bill does is to create a policy that's across the state uniformly applied, and the DEP will be writing regulations so they can properly evaluate each project individually and arrive at a number that's reasonable for the decommissioning expense. With counties and the Public Service Commission dealing with it on their own, there's not as much uniformity or consistency as this bill will do. So the bill doesn't add any new burdens. It simply standardizes the calculation of what's a reasonable decommissioning expense. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further discussion? Senior Senator from the 4th wish to close? Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Well, one moment. Did Senator from Monongalia want to speak to the bill?
Please.
Will the gentleman yield?
Do you have some additional information there you want to share with me in regards to the calculation on the 100 megawatt?
Yeah, on the wind generation, there's another part there as well. So on the wind generation, it's around a $200 fee on the average facility in the country.
I don't know if we're on the same page here. Page 4, let's just do it this way. Let's do it the right way. Hang on just a second here. Page 4, line 11. Submit a fee for new application of $100 per megawatt. Per megawatt. So in your calculations, if we're doing it right on this side of the aisle, that's about $250,000.
Let me find where you're at on the page here, sir, Senator. Page 4.
Yeah, page 4 at the bottom, line 11.
So on wind generation, the average on the nameplate is about 2.5 megawatts per wind. So if you take 100 times 2.5, you're going to have about $250 on.
That's not bad. So just a clarification, is 2.5 megawatts is what you're telling me?
On a wind production facility, on a windmill, it's about 2.5.
2.5, so we're just multiplying it by 100.
Multiplying it by 100.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senior Senator from the 4th wish to close debate. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, the debate kind of went away from what this bill does. I think I asked council to make sure, and I wanted to go in and make sure too, looking through. Coal is not mentioned in this bill one time. We do have a diversifying energy production in West Virginia that's involving solar and wind. And as those structures go up, just to give you an idea of the size of a facility, a 0.5 megawatt solar facility would cover the parking garage of the mall in here. So if you're going to scale up from a 0.5 megawatt on just the cover of that parking garage, and this was brought up for our committee, by the time you get into a solar wind farm and you get it covering acres, it's a substantial project sitting out there of infrastructure that, should a company walk away from it, is left on the state or the owner of that property, whoever may be the next one, if they are, but most likely the state, to try to figure out a problem, how to solve that property that's left behind. Same thing with if you think about a windmill. A story on a building is around 12 feet on a commercial building. You have windmills that are 480 foot tall. So if you want to figure a 48-story building that's out there that somebody walks away from, the concrete that's left to hold a facility that high to withstand wind forces at 480 foot in the air is a substantial structure. The bonding on this, as West Virginia continues to diversify its portfolio in energy, which it is doing, those sectors are growing in West Virginia. We need protection there, that so if those facilities get abandoned, that area is cleaned up. And we've learned that lesson in West Virginia. And I would point out, I think, not We had Senate Bill 42. If you all recall here, just earlier in the session, we passed out a bill called the Zombie Building Bill. It was sponsored by the senator from Cabell. That bill said that if there was an abandoned property, residential or commercial, that a forced foreclosure could happen on that property by a municipality. And if the municipality decided that that was so dangerous of a structure to have there, they could demise that property on the forced foreclosure, have that property forced over to own them. I think that sees foresight. It was a good bill. Is that when there are abandoned structures left within West Virginia that devalues West Virginia as a whole or a community as a whole, we're going to have people held responsible for that. That's what this does. It's an in-case, worst-case scenario bill. It's a good bill. I urge adoption of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 30 yeas, 4 nays, 0 absent, and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk has a title amendment.
Senator Tarr moved to amend the title of the bill.
The question is on adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 508 relating to public records management and preservation. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 508 amends a single section of code relating to the Public Records and Preservation Revenue account. This bill would allow a county commission to authorize the county clerk to increase the additional fee collected for recording documents with the county clerk from $1 for documents of fewer than 10 pages to $2 for documents of fewer than 20 pages. The increase in fee and page count is discretionary with each county commission. I'll take questions, otherwise I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 530, establishing causes for revocation, cancellation, or suspension of business registration certificate. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 530 would add a new section to our state code. It goes in Chapter 11, which is tax, Article 12, which is the business registration tax. And the new section would be designated as 5B, and it provides additional authority for the tax commissioner to revoke, cancel, or suspend a business registration certificate. So this bill actually was recommended by the legislative auditor, and it's similar. I don't remember the number of the other bill, but it's very similar to a bill that we did giving the Secretary of State authority to dissolve corporations that were deficient. Under this bill, suspension of the certificate can occur if the registrant filed a fraudulent application, failed to file tax returns, failed to pay any fee or additions to tax, penalties, or interest, or if the registrant failed to pay the tax commissioner any authorized extension time for payment, any tax imposed by 1111 of the code or other chapter of the code administered under 1110 1 at SEEK, and or if the registrant's authority to do business was revoked by the Secretary of State for some reason. So I'll be happy to try to answer any questions. There's an appeal process within it, notice required, and appeal. I'll be happy to try to answer any questions. Otherwise, I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective July 1, 2021, and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
The Senior Senator from the 17th moves the bill be made effective on July the 1st, 2021, and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, and not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill effective on July the 1st, 2021. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 543, establishing Chuck Yeager Mountain State Medal of Excellence. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 543 establishes the Chuck Yeager Mountain State Medal of Excellence, which will be awarded annually to a West Virginian who has demonstrated exceptional leadership, innovation, entrepreneurship, or creativity in his or her career, personal life, or community service. The first award will be given January 1st, 2022. Native-born West Virginians and those who have lived in this state at least 3 years prior to being given the award are eligible. Currently serving members of the legislature are ineligible for the award. I'll take questions, otherwise I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Monongalia.
Mr. President, just to speak to the bill, first let me thank the senator from Mason for introducing this piece of legislation. Quite honestly, this is a cool piece of legislation. It's something I know that each and every one of us can get behind. It's just, I can remember as a child growing up, this was one of my heroes. I have read about Chuck Yeager numerous times. But one of the small stories I'd like to share before I sit down is when the movie Right Stuff came out, there was a lot of material out there on all those pilots at that time. But the one story that stood out with me was with Chuck Yeager was in Lincoln County when he was a small boy, and how they got around the community. It wasn't always on foot. Chuck Yeager and his friends were known for standing on a high wall or a sharp point of a cliff someplace, and they would jump into the treetops, the pine trees, and wait for it to bend over, and then catch the next pine tree. And they would just continue down the valley as far as they could until they got to the destination or close to their destination. But there's a guy who is just born to be an adventurer. And he best represents the state of West Virginia in every capacity. Just that true mountain spirit that we have here in the state of West Virginia. As such, Mr. President, I would encourage a positive vote on this piece of legislation.
Is there further discussion? Question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. Clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective July 1, 2021, and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
The senior senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective July the 1st, 2021, and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? The chair hears none. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than two-thirds of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill effective July 1st, 2021. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 641, allowing counties to use severance tax proceeds for litter cleanup programs. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. West Virginia law provides for the reallocation and dedication of a portion of the tax attributable to the severance of coal for the use and benefit of the county in which the coal was located at the time it was severed from the ground. Senate Bill 641 simply does what its short title suggests. It allows counties which receive monies from the Cole County Reallocated Severance Tax Fund to use those monies to fund, among a host of projects which can already be financed, litter cleanup programs. This bill provides counties with another weapon in their fight against litter. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm happy to answer questions. Otherwise, I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? Senator from Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in support of this bill. Again, we've directed some more severance tax back to the county of origin, and it was to be used for economic development and infrastructure. I'll put to you that cleaning up the coal fields is economic development. We've had a significant litter problem down there. We've tried here to fight that by changing the amount of fines, et cetera. But I think if we can clean up our area, it'll be more presentable when we try to further expand and grow and diversify our economy. I urge adoption.
So further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the scene. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results on this question. 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The senior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective July 1, 2021. Request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior senator from the 17th requests that the bill be made effective July the 1st, 2021, and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than two-thirds of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective on July the 1st, 2021. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 655, eliminating sunset and legislative audit provisions for certain PSC rules. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 655 would amend a single section of our state code. It's Chapter 24A, Article 2, Section 2B. Article 2 is PSC regulation of common carriers by motor vehicles. And the section the bill would amend relates to the PSC's rulemaking authority, establishing rates for recovering, towing, hauling, carrying, or storing wrecked or disabled vehicles, the establishment of a complaint process, and a required legislative audit. The only change to the section, Mr. President, is that the PSC rules are scheduled to sunset on July 1st of this year, and the bill pushes that date out to July 1st, 2023, and directs an audit by the legislative auditor to be completed by December 31st, 2022, next year. Mr. President, be happy to try to answer any questions. I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed, and the clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 657 relating to free expression on state institution of higher education campuses. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. The Senator from Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill provides for free expression on state institutions of higher education. It provides that outdoor areas of campuses of state institutions of higher education are public forums for the campus community. It also requires that any person who wishes to engage in expressive activity on campus be permitted to do so freely, as long as the person's conduct is not unlawful and does not materially or substantially disrupt the functioning of the state institution of higher education. The bill also prohibits a state institution of higher education from denying a religious, political, or ideological student organization open to all students any benefit or privilege made available to any other student organization, or otherwise discriminate against such an organization based on the expression of the organization. The bill also requires institutions to post free speech policies on their websites and requires each campus to report to the Higher Education Policy Commission or the Council for Community and Technical College Education, as applicable, a description of any barriers to or incidents of disruption of free expression occurring on campus, and requires the Commission and Council to annually report to LOCIA any reported barriers or incidents. I'm happy to answer any questions. I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk has the title amendment.
Senator Rucker moved to amend the title of the bill.
The question is on adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 668, creating Psychology Interjurisdictional Compact. Third reading of the bill.
The question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Summers.
Thank you, Mr. President. The purpose of the committee substitute to SB 668 would create a new article within West Virginia Code, the same to be enumerated as West Virginia Code 3021A1 through 3021A3. It contains boilerplate language developed by the Association of State and Provincial Psychology Boards, known as ASPPB, to form an interstate compact. An interstate compact establishes a formal legal relationship among states to promote a common agenda. The common agenda that this proposed committee substitute seeks to promote is increased access to psychological care. It would seek to accomplish that by facilitating, 1, telepsychological services, and 2, the temporary face-to-face practice of psychology across jurisdictional boundaries. The Interstate Compact is referred to nationally as the Psychological Interjurisdictional Compact, also known as SIPAC. Like most others, it establishes uniform guidelines, standards, and/or procedures for agencies in the Compact's member states. At present, 15 states and the District of Columbia have enacted laws adopting SIPAC, and 17 states have pending legislation to do so. The adoption of this compact would make no changes to the criteria or qualifications used to determine whether or not a particular individual becomes a licensed psychologist in this state. Even if licensed in a particular state, an individual psychologist must apply to be approved to the ASPPB in order to conduct telepsychological services or temporary face-to-face practice of psychology in other states. Conversely, if adverse action is taken against a psychologist who is a participant in the compact, he or she may be made ineligible for further participation. The proposed committee substitute permits any compact state to withdraw from the compact by enacting a statute that repeals its adoption. Testimony by Dr. Neil Morris on behalf of the West Virginia Psychological Association before the committee was supportive of this proposed legislation and stated he believed it would increase access to psychological treatment, especially in the more rural areas of West Virginia. We also have in our possession another letter from the West Virginia Association of Professional Psychologists. And in part, it says the majority of our membership consists of psychologists who are licensed at the master's degree. In another section, it states that membership feels strongly that the possibility of increased access to care for West Virginia citizens is more important than their own self-interest, and therefore voted to endorse the bill. I'll take questions, and I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the Senate Bill 668. Our psychologists have a tough road and a tough clientele they have to deal with. You know, in West Virginia, we have one of the highest rates of mental disability. We have one of the highest rates of foster care per capita. We have drug addiction issues that are ravaging their state. We have a lot of need for psychologists in our state, both those with PhDs and master's levels. One of the things the pandemic has really done is shown that telemedicine technology can help, and unfortunately we just don't have enough in the state of West Virginia. And so what this bill really is going to do, as the chairman said, is open this up, provide more access to more people, and probably what's more important to me is potentially some specialty care. I kind of relate this to medicine in the sense that we have highly trained primary care physicians, but sometimes you need a specialist, and sometimes we don't have that in the state of West Virginia, depending on what an individual has been through. There was some concerns about this bill regarding, you know, would individuals come in and just kind of cherry pick those with private insurance, et cetera. But I would say that the vast majority of individuals that these people are dealing with are probably going to be on Medicaid, PEIA. You're going to have a lot of veterans that are impacted, that especially those that are traveling back to the state of West Virginia, they may lose their psychologist because they can't practice via tele-ICU, and once they've established those relationships, it's very important for them to be able to maintain those. And so for those reasons, I certainly stand in support of the bill. Thank you.
Some further discussion? If not, the question before sending this shall the bill pass. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 1 nay, 0 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed, and the clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 671, appointing Director of Office of Emergency Medical Services. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill requires the Secretary of DHHR to appoint the Director of the Office of Emergency Medical Services. The bill requires the Director to have experience in the delivery and administration of emergency medical services and related pre-hospital care. The bill states that the Director shall serve at the will and pleasure of the Secretary and shall not be engaged in any other employment. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays. 33 yeas, 1 nay, 0 nays. Absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action to the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Senate Bill 674, clarifying that unpaid restitution does not preclude person from obtaining driver's license. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 674 amends 4 different sections of our state code, all existing sections. 2 of them are in Chapter 8, and that's our municipal code. 1 is in Chapter 50, that's the magistrate court chapter, or courts chapter, and 1 is in Chapter 62, and Chapter 62 is relates to criminal procedure. So the first thing this bill does is it permits a municipal court to accept restitution by electronic payments, credit cards, cash, money orders, certified checks, same as the court can do under current law for fines and other court costs. I should say all of the sections amended in this bill relate to restitution. And restitution is the amount of money. It's money that a court, when a court sentences a defendant, money that the court orders the defendant to pay to the victim of the crime for injury or damage, injury or damage to person or property. So all the sections that are amended in this relate to restitution. And what the bill does is for each of those areas, for municipal courts and magistrate courts, criminal procedure generally, current law allows people to go on to payment plans for their fines and court costs, forfeitures, and retain their driver's license as long as they stay current with their payment plans. And the payment plans talk about how there's a formula. I think they're figured on based on 2% of a person's annual income divided by 12 as a monthly payment, or $10, whichever is greater. What this bill does in all those sections, Mr. President, for municipal court, magistrate court, circuit courts, it would permit those payment plans to embrace and include a defendant's obligation to make restitution to a victim. I'd be happy to try to answer any questions. Otherwise, I urge the passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 684, adding curator of Division of Arts, Culture, and History as ex officio voting member to Library Commission. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage bill. Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 684 is an agency bill that adds the curator of the Division of Arts, Culture, and History as an ex officio voting member of the State Library Commission. I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk closes the machine to ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed, and the clerk will communicate the action to the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Senate Bill 714 relating to Physician Assistants Practice Act. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill, Senate Bill 714, was an originating bill in committee that eliminates the practice agreement between a physician assistant and the physician. The practice agreement was a document that was approved by the licensing board. In lieu of the practice agreement, there is a practice notification which may be kept on file at the practice. The bill provides an alternative for certification from the National Commission on Certification of Physician Assistants by providing that the physician assistant have a current license in good standing from a state that does not require a physician assistant to maintain national certification. The physician assistant rulemaking is modified to reflect prescriptive authority for Schedule II drugs for no more than a 3-day supply with no refills. Mr. President, the practice requirements were modified to note that a physician assistant may practice in collaboration with physicians in any practice setting pursuant to a practice notification which has been filed with and activated by the appropriate board in accordance with the bill, provided the physician assistant who is currently practicing in collaboration with physicians pursuant to a practice agreement which was authorized prior to June 1st, 2021 may continue to practice under that authorization until the practice agreement terminates on June 1st, 2022, whichever is sooner. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the chairman and the council for doing a lot of hard work on this bill. On your desks, I placed a pamphlet. You know, the physician assistants came to us, and it's a little bit later in the session. But the concern was, you know, physician assistants are highly trained individuals. They essentially go through a slightly watered down medical school. They do 3 years after undergrad, much like physicians do 4 years. They do gross anatomy. They do pretty intensive training. And in West Virginia, per capita, we have currently 5 PA schools. Yet, when their national organization is looking overall, we are one of the most restrictive and difficult states for a physician assistant to practice in the country. There are 6 key elements that they look at to see how well can a physician assistant, which has really been trained, is to be the right hand to assist the physicians in whatever type of activity they're doing. And we only had 1 of 6. I was kind of shocked by that, to be honest. And so they come asking us, you know, could we please help them? They're a state that they're proud to train in. They're a state that they try to recruit and maintain. And with West Virginia being, you know, 52 or 53 of 55 counties being underserved medically, they're certainly needed. And so what this bill does is advances their practice. It truly will be a blessing to physicians to be able to have more leeway and allow them to practice and provide better care. And so physician assistants, you know, for many years they've been ranked number 1 as or in the top 10 anyway of the U.S. News World Report best jobs. They've been ranked number 1 best STEM jobs. They've been ranked number 1 best healthcare jobs. And so I hated to see our state being so restrictive on such highly valued individuals, and I think this bill will change this from being only having 1 of those key elements out of 6 to 6 out of 6. So I strongly urge passage. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in support of this bill. I have been blessed with the ability to have practiced with physician assistants over the years, and they are an important group of providers. The passage of this bill will expand access to care. I can tell you of several scenarios where having 72 hours of being able to prescribe Schedule II drugs would certainly be a positive impact for the patients here in West Virginia. Again, there's mechanisms now in place with the Board of Pharmacy for us to make sure that we're not going to have any malfeasance, if you would, or any evidence of further addiction, et cetera, by doing this. This simply will allow patients in West Virginia to have more access to care. And I applaud the chairman and the Senate for getting behind this and all the work on it. The boards of osteopathy, the boards of medicine are good with this. They've been in a lot of discussion. So I urge passage of Senate Bill 714.
Further discussion, Junior Senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this measure too, Senate Bill 714. And I'd like to thank the chairman, Senator from Marshall from Health, and of course the senior senator from the 17th in originating this bill and putting it before us. Physician's assistants, like nurse practitioners, are what are considered mid-level positions or mid-level folks. They end up doing a lot of the work and can take off a lot of pressure that are on our physicians to provide care and create and expand access to West Virginians. And our nurse practitioners are great. They have, over the years though, gotten more responsibility where our physician's assistants haven't. And that doesn't really make sense to the extent that our physician's assistants or the profession of being a physician's assistant, as the senator from 17th just pointed out, they get a watered-down version of medical school, so they have more education, they have more CME requirements, and this just puts them on a level playing field with our nurse practitioners here in West Virginia. I think it's a great piece of legislation. I thank again the folks who originated it and put it before us, and I urge adoption. Thank you.
Senior Senator from the 5th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the senior senator from the 17th...
Well, the senator yields, the senator yields.
Senator, I've grown up all my life on watching TV, and it says when 2 out of 3 doctors recommend this, that we do it. But 3 out of 3 doctors recommend this. What am I supposed to do?
You're supposed to do it with an exclamation mark, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator from Brook.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, a lot of what we talk about here is aimed at opening up access to treatment for West Virginians. Well, this is a bill that will open up access to excellent treatment. In my mind, what our PAs do here in the state is vital to health care for all of our counties. You know, this modernizes the practice of being a PA here in the state of West Virginia. We're the most restrictive in the nation. And so by getting rid of the shackles that we have on this profession, a profession, Mr. President, that, you know, over the past couple of years, the demand for PAs has increased 300% around the nation. And over the next couple of years, that demand and that increase in jobs is supposed to increase by another 31% in the next several years. So we think about that, and we think about providing health care to West Virginians in rural parts of the state, in underserved parts of the state. The PAs here are going to do that, and this bill will be a big piece of the puzzle in helping them do that. You know, over the past couple of weeks, received a lot of emails on this bill, and you start to think, you know, who's sending these emails out, and what's the message behind it? And reading through them, you know, they're from PAs from around the state who care about their profession, who want to see their profession succeed, who want to make sure that they're able to care for their patients and give them that excellent care that they're able to do. And I think that's really part of it. Mr. President, a couple of years ago, I had the opportunity to speak to a professional group in the state of Kentucky. And instead of, just speeding away from the event, as, sometimes a lot of people do, I had the opportunity to sit down and talk with some of the professionals who were there, and some of them were PAs who practiced in Kentucky and were familiar with the restrictions that we have here in West Virginia, and we talked about that, and so I had a little bit of background in this bill, and so I'm glad that we're going to bring the state of West Virginia and their practice in the line with the more palatable standards that the rest of the nation has, and continue to provide that excellent care. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further discussion? If not, Senator from Marshall wish to close debate?
President, just quickly, the only regret I have with this bill is the fact that I didn't run it last year or the year before. This is a long time coming for PAs. It's a very, very good bill. It's a good bill for PAs. It's a good bill for physicians. It's a good bill for hospitals. And thus, well, actually, it's an access bill. It's an access to health care bill, as the Senator from Boone pointed out. And thus, it's a very good bill for the citizens of West Virginia. I urge passage.
Question before Senators. Shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Senate Bill 715, Creating Recovery and Hope Act, third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill creates the State Recovery and Hope Office, which is organized within the offices of the governor. The office serves as the coordinating agency of addiction recovery efforts. The State Recovery and Hope Office, or the State Recovery and Hope Officer, shall be appointed by the governor with the consent of the Senate. The office shall utilize the personnel and the resources of the Department of Health and Human Resources and relevant agencies to the greatest extent practicable. The officer shall have managerial or strategic experience in matters relating to substance use disorders treatment, recovery, and/or transition into the workforce, and be thoroughly knowledgeable in matters relating to substance use disorder treatment, recovery, and matters relating thereto. The State Recovery and Hope Office will coordinate the state's efforts to assist those experiencing substance use disorder in their recovery and transition into the workforce. The officer shall serve as the primary representative of the governor, and the agencies of the state shall provide assistance, information, data, and/or resources to the State Recovery and Hope Office as may be requested from time to time. The officer will assist the governor on all recovery and workforce training issues and will serve as a liaison between the governor's office and all other parties, whether state, federal, local, or private. Mr. President, I urge passage.
The question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? Senator from Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in support of this, but I'm telling you, if we don't look at this any different than we did at the Governor's Advisory Council and not really use this office the way it should be used, can be used, and just have it as a in name only, then shame on us. This is something that we absolutely have to coordinate, have a strategic plan for. There's going to be monies coming from the federal government. There's going to be monies coming from settlements from pharmaceutical companies. And we absolutely have to get the biggest bang for the buck in this particular issue in the Recovery and Hope Act. We have a huge problem on our hands. And when we want to recruit people into West Virginia and to keep our people from leaving, this is the elephant in the room in many cases. So we have to do it right. I applaud The bill, I kind of wish it was even a little higher, that it would be kind of like the tourism person, that it would be that at that level instead of just below that level. But I certainly hope that functionally this will be working well for the state of West Virginia, because it has to. I urge passage.
Senator from Greenbrier.
Thank you, Mr. President. COVID has taught us so many things. And I think one of the most important things that COVID has taught us is that you can make a really positive impact on a public health crisis by simply coordinating resources and ensuring that everybody is working together towards a common goal. And so the Senator from Boone's caution, I think, is well taken, and I think that's exactly what this bill attempts to overcome. So I stand in strong support of this bill. Substance abuse is a public health crisis in West Virginia and has been for a long time. You know, there are things that we're doing really well across the state, and there are things we're doing across the state that are not working at all. And so the attempt here is to try to get the right hand and the left hand working together on the same topic, working towards the same goal. And again, this is a full-time person whose job it is every day to coordinate that response on a statewide level. A lot of folks had a hand in this. I want to thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank the Majority Leader, thank the Senator from Brooke, the Senator from Boone, the Senior Senator from the 16th, the Senator from Morgan, the Senator from Ohio, and the Governor's Office. This is a joint effort, and I think that's a really important message to convey today to the entire state of West Virginia. You can make a positive impact on a public health crisis when you all work together. Thank you.
Further discussion. Senator from Marshall wish to close? Senator from Marshall.
Just quickly, Mr. President, just to offer a comment. And the drug epidemic, I mean, I've been down, this is my 5th session. We've been talking about it and doing as much as we can since I've been here with regards to access to treatment and putting monies forward for treatment, limiting drugs and prescriptions, and putting these, restrictions on physicians, and criminal penalties on drug dealers and people coming in from outside. I mean, everything we could think of. But one of the issues I think that we've talked about from time to time, but I don't really feel that we've delivered on, is the transition into the workforce. It's the people will get into rehab, especially with some of the access that we've created. More and more people are entering rehab in West Virginia, but the recidivism rate is high. It's a tough battle, and people do get through it. Some people maintain sobriety. They end up being productive members of society. If we can be more successful at transferring these patients into the workforce, then all we could do is increase our number of success stories and the number of productive members of our state. And that's what I hope this office will do, is really look at that. There's been a disconnect. The rehabilitations do their thing. We have workforce groups and committees that do their thing, but there's a disconnect, and they're not always communicating. And if this office can help bring those two entities together and transition more of these people into the workforce, I think it'll be a good thing. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Question is on passage. The bill is, excuse me. The question is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2026 relating to the modernization of the collection of income taxes by adopting uniform provisions relating to the mobile workforce. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to give a brief explanation of House Bill 2026. This bill would change existing law relating to determining state income taxes, specifically in the areas of determining state personal income tax withholding requirements for certain non-resident and the apportionment of business income earned in more than one state under state corporate net income tax law. This bill has 4 primary components. The first is remote workers / mobile workforce. As in many states, under West Virginia law, when a non-resident is employed in another state and travels temporarily to West Virginia for work, the person's employer is required to withhold West Virginia personal income taxes from the person's paycheck because the employee is liable for West Virginia income taxes on income earned from work in West Virginia. The bill's new section of code, effective July 1, 2021, will eliminate the withholding requirement for the person's employer and the tax liability for the employee if, 1 requirement, the non-resident works here for not more than 30 days during a tax year, and 2, the state where the non-resident lives has a similar exclusion for West Virginians who work temporarily in that state. This exclusion from taxation does not apply to certain types of non-residents who are working here temporarily. The second change is to single sales factor. If a corporation has business income from business activity in which if a corporation has business income from business activity which is taxable both in this state and in another state, current law allocates and apportions the corporation's business income between the states in order to determine what the corporation's business income, what the corporation's West Virginia taxable income will be, and thus what the West Virginia corporate net income taxes on that business income will be. This process of identifying what portion of the corporation's business income is subject to West Virginia's tax is based on a formula which involves multiplying the corporation's federal taxable income by a ratio of factors related to the corporation's business activity in West Virginia. This ratio to determine what the corporation's business activity was in West Virginia during the tax year is complex, involving 3 factors. 1, the value of property of the corporation owned in the state. 2, the amount of the corporation's payroll in the state. And 3, the amount of the corporation's sales made in the state. New language is added to eliminate the property and payroll factors, leaving only the sales factor to be used in the apportionment formula, all on and after January 1st, 2022. Thus, to determine what the corporation's West Virginia taxable income will be, the corporation's federal taxable income would be multiplied only by the ratio of the corporation's business income from activity in West Virginia over its total business income. The third component is the throw-out rule elimination. The denominator of the sales factor ratio, corporation's total business income, is reduced under current law. That removes the throw-out from corporation's total business income and any receipts the corporation receives from business activity in a state that cannot tax the business activity. New language is added to eliminate that throw-out rule. Thus, those non-taxed receipts would be included in the corporation's total business income for purposes of the sales factor on and after July 1st, 2022. Finally, there is a section regarding market-based sourcing. For purposes of allocating a corporation's sales in more than one state in a case of sales other than tangible personal property, current law provides an income-producing activity method for allocating the corporation's sales to West Virginia as follows. The corporation's sales are in this state and thus subject to taxation if 1, the corporation's income-producing activity generating those sales is performed in this state, or 2, the corporation's income-producing activity generating those sales is performed both in and outside the state, and a greater proportion of the income-producing activity is performed in this state than in any other state based on cost performance. The bill adds a market-sourced method for allocating those sales based upon a model act adopted by the Multi-State Tax Commission, of which West Virginia is a member. In this method, instead of measuring income-producing activity, the corporation's tax will be based upon the extent of service or other intangible property sold, rented, leased, or licensed by the corporation is used in this state or is delivered to a location in this state on or after January 1st, 2022. Mr. President, I urge adoption.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question for Senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President, and appreciate the explanation of the bill from the senior senator from the 4th. It's a complicated bill, and I just want to shed a little bit of additional light on what we're about to vote upon so that everyone understands it as best as possible. Mr. President, there is certainly some good with this bill, but there's also some other things that I think we should all consider before we press the green or the red button. One of the things that is a positive about this bill is the switch to market sourcing formulas for corporate income tax. So what we're going to be doing from here on out, once this bill passes, is that companies will be taxed where the customer is located, not where the company is located. So, for example, if Amazon sells something into West Virginia, then West Virginia will be able to tax Amazon on a portion of its profits. If a cell phone company is providing service to customers in West Virginia, then it will be taxed on some of its profit. Goodness, I know I pay a lot to cell phone companies every month with all the people that are on my plan. Well, we're going to be able as a state to capture some of that profit made by these cell phone companies that aren't based here but are servicing the West Virginia market, which all of us are part of. So this is good, sound fiscal policy. We are finally catching up with what many other states are doing and capturing some of the profits that are being made by companies that don't operate here but certainly benefit from the people of West Virginia. As we also heard, the bill will also relieve someone who works here for 30 days or less of paying income tax. There are some exceptions to that for entertainers and athletes and public figures, but it will relieve them of having to pay personal income tax if they're working here for 30 days or less. And I think that's fine. But as we just heard, we're also going to switch to the single sales factor formula. So right now we have the current property/payroll sales apportionment formula. We're going to move over to the sales-only single sales factor formula. It's hard to stop this. Business community wants it, Mr. President. A lot of states are going this way. But we're also eliminating the throw-out rule for corporate income tax apportionment. Why should we care about this? Because there's a federal law from the 1950s that says a state cannot tax an out-of-state corporation if the only thing it does is sell tangible property like chemicals or like coal to other states. So by doing this, by getting rid of the throw-out rule and switching to the single sales factor formula, and we learned this through testimony offered in the Finance Committee, we are going to have what they call, in economic circles, nowhere income. This is income that isn't taxed anywhere. Let me give you an example. Let's say we have a chemical manufacturer, and it's based in the northern part of the state in Hancock County, and it sits on the border of Ohio and Pennsylvania and West Virginia. And it makes the chemicals here, but all of its customers are in other states. Production is in West Virginia. It gets shipped to another state where it's purchased, and income is received by this West Virginia corporation. There will be no corporate income tax on that West Virginia corporation for conducting that type of business. Now, more likely we're going to have companies that have a blended model where they're sending some of their goods out of state and they're sending them, some of them in state, and so they will pay some corporate income tax. But for a chemical manufacturer or a natural resource extraction business, a coal company, a coal baron that owns coal mines in southern West Virginia but ships all of his product to other states, he will be able to avoid paying corporate income tax. So will this help or hurt West Virginia? And as I mentioned yesterday when I offered my amendment, the acting tax commissioner wasn't sure because he doesn't have enough data to tell us exactly how this is all going to wash out at the end of the day. We are certainly going to generate more tax revenue by switching to that market sourcing formula. We're going to be able to capture more revenue from companies that are taking advantage of West Virginia consumers. But we are going to lose revenue for companies that are selling goods like chemicals and coal and natural gas and sending it out of state. So will the revenue generated be enough to offset what we're going to lose? And we simply don't know. And even though we're getting ready to hand out what is another big tax break, we don't have a method in place to be able to account for this. We will not be asking these companies to file a pro forma tax return because, as we heard yesterday, that's overly burdensome. We don't want to ask them to do that. Now, I can tell you that if someone told me I didn't have to pay taxes and all I had to do was file a return showing what I would have paid, if I would have had to pay taxes, I'd be happy to file that return. But we're not going to do that. We're not going to arm ourselves with information and a system of monitoring to know if this is going to work or not. And that concerns me, and I want you all to think about that as you consider this policy that we're about to change in policy, major change in policy that we're about to make. This is all being done in the name of economic development. And make no mistake, I'm all for bold ideas. I give the governor credit when he comes up with bold ideas. I give anyone in this room credit when they come up with bold ideas to change how we do business here, because we've got to change how we do business here. But we have to be careful when we make these changes. And I would suggest this: when we're about to give something away, we ought to ask for something in return. I don't mind giving this tax relief to companies that are going to send all of their products to other states. But why not require them to reinvest some of that in West Virginia? Why not ask them to give us something back when we're giving this to them? Why just give it away? And so, Mr. President, I'll conclude by saying this. There's a lot of good in this bill, but I have concern about the fact that we don't have a mechanism in place to monitor whether this is working or not, and we're giving away something for nothing. We should demand something in return when we give away these tax breaks. And I think the problem here in this body and in this building is that we're not very good at making deals. We give and give and give, and we ask for nothing in return. And I think that's something we need to think about today and going forward as we push through fiscal policies through this body. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further discussion? Senior Senator from the 4th, wish to close?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. So I can tell you what we're not going to get if we don't change what we've been doing in West Virginia. We are not going to get the population growth that we need. Since 1950, population in this country's doubled. Every state in the union has gained population, Mr. President. West Virginia has lost 3.3% of its population in the past 10 years. The world's changing really, really fast now. The state's typically been very slow to adapt to that change, or certainly even to get ahead of it. So the way that we do tax in this state needs to be heavily reconsidered. And this is one of those things. What this bill is designed to do is to get the remote work population in West Virginia. You know, the average annual salary of a remote worker, and I want to define a remote worker. You have somebody who can work from anywhere in the country. When you have broadband deployed across the state, which is happening just as we speak now, and is going to get more and more and more of a rapid pace, in one of the, if not the most beautiful states in our country, next to all kinds of recreation, where our largest city has around 50,000 people, and we have attractions for recreation that are just unimaginable to people who have not been here and seen it. Now, there's corporations that during this pandemic have realized that bricks and mortar do not need to contain their employees. If you have somebody who works in New York, somebody who works in Baltimore, somebody who works in D.C., they don't necessarily have to show up at the office all day as long as they got a broadband connection. And they can work remotely. The average income of that remote worker is about $90,000. The number of workers in our workforce that have the ability to work remotely is 37% of the workforce. That's a huge number in a time where people are looking to move out of vertical cities to places just like West Virginia. Just since the pandemic just started, the one-way moves out of people's state has been 15.9 million people. 39% of those people that are moving from urban spaces are wanting to go to less crowded places. This is powerful. So when you look at corporate net income, our total revenue that comes into this state on average is about $175 million. We had the acting tax commissioner come in and explain that, yeah, he's not sure, but he thinks it's going to be, it could be a wash at the, if we do this. But what you're looking at is it could be a wash now. If you look in the future, which is what we have to do in this body, and we need to be looking far into the future and getting ahead of these changes, because there is no opportunity like the time that we have now to fix these taxation policies that hold West Virginia back. I can tell you what we're not going to do if we continue to not do anything, as we'll sit right here and lose population. Mr. President, this is a population-growing bill. It's an innovative, forward-looking bill that will bring people to West Virginia. I urge its passage.
Question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 29 yeas, 5 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed, and the clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2260 relating to procurement of child placing services. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill changes the procurement process, which would go through to be approved by the Purchasing Division, to a performance-based contract. The bill notes that contracts for child placing agencies are exempt from Purchasing Division. The new deadline for DHHR to enter into the performance-based contracts is July 1st, 2021. It was previously December 1st, 2020. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, Senate will be at ease. Question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess for 30 minutes.
Senior Senator from the 17th motions that we stand in recess for 30 minutes, which would be 5 minutes to 1. So let's just make it 1 o'clock sharp. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. We're in recess till 1 o'clock.
The House will please be in order. Those persons not having privilege of the floor will please vacate the chamber. Members and guests in the galleries will please rise as we are led in prayer this morning by the gentleman, the first, Douglas McGeehan.
Please bow your heads. With Holy Week upon us, please join me in the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. In nomine Patri et Filii Spiritus Sancti. Amen.
If members and guests will remain standing, we'll be led in the Pledge of Allegiance by the gentleman at 27th, Delegate Smith.
Please join me in our promise to always be true to our country. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Members and guests may be seated. Reading the Journal.
Journal of the House of Delegates, Charleston, Monday, March 29th, 2021.
Gentleman the 50th, Edgar Garcia.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the further reading of the Journal be dispensed with and it be approved as having been read.
Gentleman the 50th, ask unanimous consent that the further reading of the Journal be dispensed with and it be approved as having been read. Are there objections? There are no objections. Lady from the 49th for a calendar update.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On special calendar, second reading, House Bill 3309 has been transferred to the House calendar. And on House calendar, third reading, House Bill 2493 and committee substitute for House Bill 2675 have been transferred to the special calendar.
Introductions. Lady in the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On National Doctors Day, please welcome Dr. Matthew Davis of Lewisburg, West Virginia, as our Doctor of the Day.
Report to standing committees.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration. Your Committee on Rules has had under consideration House Concurrent Resolution 21, Spec 4, Dennis, Harvey, Roberts, Bridge, McDowell County. Committee substitute for House Concurrent Resolution 55, studying the viability of creating a veterinary school in West Virginia, and House Concurrent Resolution 78, requesting an examination of juvenile proceedings, reports the same back with recommendation that each be adopted.
That report will be received.
Your Committee on Education has had under consideration committee substitute for Senate Bill 610, providing tuition and fee waivers at state higher education institutions for volunteers who have completed service in AmeriCorps programs in West Virginia, reports the same back with amendment, with the recommendation that it do pass as amended, that it be referred to the Committee on Finance.
The report will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Your Committee on Finance, Committee on Education has had under consideration committee substitute for Senate Bill 375, relating to county boards of education policies for open enrollment, reports the same back with amendment, with the recommendation that it do pass as amended.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on Technology and Infrastructure has had under consideration committee substitute for Senate Bill 346, authorizing DMVU's electronic means when providing notice for licensees and vehicle owners, reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass and that the second reference to the Committee on Government Organization be dispensed with.
That report will be received. Lady from the 49th.
Mr. Speaker, the two chairs have conferred on this matter, and I now ask unanimous consent that the second reference of the bill to the Committee on Government Organization be dispensed with.
The lady from the 49th asks unanimous consent that the second reference for committee substitute for Senate Bill 346 to the Committee on Government Organization be dispensed with. Are there objections? There are no objections. That reference will be dispensed with. Next report.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration Senate Bill 374, increasing threshold for a bid requirement to $10,000 to be consistent with other state agencies. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 389, relating to State Resiliency Office responsibility to plan for emergency and disaster response, recovery, and resiliency. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 421, authorizing Workforce West Virginia to hire at-will employees. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 429, exempting Division of Emergency Management from purchasing division requirements for certain contracts. Senate Bill 463, consolidating position of Inspector General of Former Workers' Compensation Fraud and Abuse Unit and position of Director of Insurance Fraud Unit. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 472, updating criteria for regulating certain occupations and professions. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 587, making contract consummation with state more efficient. Reports the same back with the recommendation that each do pass.
That report will be received.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration House Bill 2022 budget bill making appropriations of public money out of Treasury in accordance with Section 51, Article 6 of the Constitution. Reports back a committee substitute, therefore, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass.
That report will be received.
Your Committee on Judiciary has had under consideration committee substitute for Senate Bill 80, allowing for administration of certain small estates by affidavit and without appointment of personal representative, and committee substitute for Senate Bill 81, relating generally to West Virginia Uniform Trust Code. Reports the same back with recommendation that each do pass.
That report will be received.
Your Joint Committee on Enrolled Bills has examined, found truly enrolled, and on March 29, 2021, presented to His Excellency the Governor for his action. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 9, Continued Licensed Racetrack Modernization Fund. Senate Bill 10, Modifying Racetrack Licensing Due Date. Senate Bill 305, provide an exemption from consumer sales and service tax for certain aircraft maintenance. And committee substitute for Senate Bill 517, relating to sunset provisions of legislative rules.
That report will be received. Are there further reports of standing committees, reports of select committees, messages from the executive?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Hanshaw presents a communication from His Excellency the Governor advising on March 29, 2021, he approved committee substitute for Senate Bill 5, committee substitute for Senate Bill 42, and committee substitute for Senate Bill 523.
The message will be received. The message from the Senate.
The Clerk of the Senate announces the Senate has passed with amendment and a title amendment committee substitute for House Bill 2290, initiating the state employment first policy to facilitate integrated employment of disabled persons.
The message will be received. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to provide for maximized employment of disabled persons. It created a state employment first policy that encourages agencies to facilitate employment of disabled persons. It establishes a task force to initiate these policies and provides for implementation of the policy. The bill also provides definitions for competitive integrated employment and customized employment. The Senate amendment adds 2 members to the task force, one from the West Virginia Behavioral Healthcare Providers Association and another from the West Virginia Association of Rehabilitation Facilities. It also adds record-keeping requirements for the task force and provides for other technical and organizational corrections. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move the House concur with the Senate amendment and title amendment.
Lady from the 49th moves that the House concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment to committee substitute for House Bill 2290. This is a debatable question. Is there debate on the motion? If not, those in favor of the motion will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The House has concurred in the Senate amendments and title amendments to committee substitute for House Bill 2290. The question now before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, the question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 99 ayes, 1 nay, and 0 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2290, initiate an state employment first policy to facilitate integrated employment of disabled persons.
Are there further title amendments? If not, the title as amended by the Senate, concurred in by the House, will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next Senate message.
The Senate has passed without amendment House Bill 2897, expiring funds to the balance of the Department of Commerce.
Message be received.
The Senate has passed without amendment House Bill 2899, making a supplementary appropriation to the Department of Commerce.
Message be received.
The Senate has passed without amendment House Bill 2920, making a supplementary appropriation to the Department of Health and Human Resources Division of Health Laboratory Services Fund.
Message be received.
The Senate has passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 401 relating to West Virginia Consumer Credit and Protection Act.
The message be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
The Senate has passed Senate Bill 488 relating to distributing hotel occupancy tax to convention and visitors bureaus.
The message be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Government Organization.
The Senate has passed Senate Bill 588 requiring county boards of education and county superintendents to comply with instructions from State Board of Education.
The message be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Education.
The Senate has passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 634 requiring training of certain officers for persons with autism spectrum disorder.
The message be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
The Senate has passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 660 providing for cooperation between law enforcement agencies and military authorities.
The message be received and that bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
The Senate has passed Senate Bill 713 relating generally to inmate good time.
The message be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary. Are there further Senate messages? If not, resolutions.
House Resolution 21 calling upon President to invoke Defense Production Act to employ the former Mylan Pharmaceuticals plant in Morgantown into production of vaccines, medications, and protective equipment.
Lady of the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that the further reading of resolutions introduced be dispensed with and that each resolution be considered as formally introduced and referred to the appropriate committees as indicated on the delegate console system.
The lady of the 49th asks unanimous consent that the further reading of resolutions introduced be dispensed with and that each resolution be considered as having been formally introduced and referred to the appropriate committees as shown on the delegate console system. Are there objections? There are no objections. Petitions, motions, bills introduced, unfinished business, bills on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 275 relating generally to West Virginia Appellate Reorganization Act of 2021.
Are there objections having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from 35th, Doug Capito, to explain the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and good morning, everybody. The bill before you would create the West Virginia Intermediate Court of Appeals pursuant to Section 1, Article 8 of the West Virginia Constitution, to be established and operable by July 1st, 2022. The bill also eliminates the Workers' Compensation Office of Administrative Judges and transfers the powers and duties of the Office of Judges to the Workers' Compensation Board of Review. The Intermediate Court of Appeals would be composed of one panel of 3 judges, and the jurisdiction of that court is as follows. The court will have appellate jurisdiction over the following decisions or orders entered after June 30th, 2022. Final orders or decisions of a circuit court in a civil case. Final orders or decisions of a family court. Final orders or decisions of an administrative agency currently appealable to the Circuit Court of Kanawha County. Final orders or decisions of the Workers' Compensation Board of Review, and final orders and decisions in guardianship and conservationship cases. Final orders or decisions of the Health Care Authority issued prior to June 30th, 2022 in a Certificate of Need review. And finally, final orders or decisions issued by the Office of Judges after June 30th, 2022 and prior to its termination. The court has no original jurisdiction and is expressly without appellate jurisdiction over the following: any criminal matter, any juvenile proceeding, decisions or orders in child abuse and neglect decisions, mental hygiene orders or decisions, interlocutory appeals, decisions or orders of the Public Service Commission, certified questions from circuit or federal courts, or extraordinary writs and appeals of extraordinary writs. The bill provides that a party to an appeal in the intermediate court may file a motion for direct review of the Supreme Court of Appeals in certain extraordinary instances. That's where we discussed yesterday the ability of the Supreme Court to reach down and grab a case if it finds it has an immediate need. The judges to fill the 3 spots will be elected, but initially will be appointed begin their duties July 1st of 2022. It will be a staggered election from there on out, where one of the judges will be up for election in 2024, another in 2026, and the final in 2028 to serve 10-year terms. Consistent with the West Virginia Constitution, the Supreme Court of Appeals will administer the Intermediate Court of Appeals. Rules of practice and procedure are also within the constitutional authority of the Supreme Court of Appeals. Filings with the Intermediate Court of Appeals and processing of documents will be through the Supreme Court Clerk's office. The clerk is authorized to charge a filing fee of $200, which we discussed yesterday, and the strike and insert in the House will be deposited into the Ryan Brown Substance Abuse Fund. The bill also would eliminate the Office of Judges and transfer the jurisdiction of the workers' compensation matters to the review to the Board of Review. The last matter that I wanted to mention was the changes that we made yesterday, although I went over some of them in the bill today. But again, the biggest one is the cost. We heard a number yesterday of $5 million, and I wanted to straighten everybody out and get the numbers right. It's actually more than half of that is what this is going to cost. The Senate sent the House a bill with an initial startup cost of $7.8 million, with a follow-on year-by-year and year-after-year cost of $5.7 million. The House strike and insert primary amendment that was adopted yesterday will have a startup cost of $3.6 million and a year-by-year following cost of $2 million. Mr. Speaker, that's a summarization of the bill. I'm happy to take questions.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? The gentleman of 17th, Douglas Lovejoy, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it was Yogi Berra that said it's deja vu all over again. And for those that are new to the party, this is a battle that we've waged in this room at least the last 3 years. I know I've spoken on it each time. And it's always ended, without fail, with a bipartisan rejection of this bill. And I'm going to try to make the case to you today of why we should do it one more time. I would make the case to you that this bill should be opposed for two reasons. This is a court we do not need and that we cannot afford. The case that this is a court we do not need is helped if you look at the handout on your desk from the gentle lady from the 4th District. This is the document showing case statistics for our West Virginia Supreme Court. It shows you that last year we had 790 appeals. That's the lowest number in the recorded history of the court. Of those 790 appeals, 82 were civil cases. Now, I've got more than 82 civil cases in my little law office down in Huntington. So to think that we have such a crushing caseload that we need to expand the government would not be a correct statement. We had the Chief Justice testify in judiciary, and he testified that the last 5 years have the lowest caseload of any 5 years in the history that we kept statistics. Case clearance rates, which is the rate at which the court clears out appeals, is at an all-time high. We're moving cases faster with fewer cases than we ever have. So if efficiency is your goal, then I'll submit to you that the present system is working well. Okay, we don't need this court. The second pillar would be that this is a court that we cannot afford. Now, the chair has talked about the actual cost, several $1 million for this court. There's also a fiscal note from the Attorney General for $800,000 for the new litigation, and I don't know if that's part of it or not. But it's often said that a budget is nothing more than the outward reflection of your inner priorities, right? And you've heard the saying that where your treasure is, there will your heart be also. So what we choose to spend our money on tells the people what we think is important. This money that we're spending here for a court we do not need is not going to help our seniors. It's not going to help our veterans. It's not going to help the foster children that we've done so much to help over the past couple years. It's not fixing a road. It's not going to help food insecurity or hunger. Now, I said in committee, this is like your house is on fire and you decide you want to build a deck. But the more I thought about that, it might not have been the best analogy, because a deck actually improves the house. And I think this bill may actually go the opposite way. When you vote, I want everyone to think about two types of your constituents that you're going to have to answer to on this vote. The first is those that are injured on the job. People that get up every day with a lunch bucket, they go in and they get hurt. And workers' compensation is the only thing standing in the way of them and losing their house, not eating, not paying the utilities. We currently have a system called an Office of Judges. We have 34 loyal, experienced civil servants, and they have institutional competency and experience in handling the cases that come in workers' compensation. Now, that's really important. Not only the experience, but when I said civil servants, you see, they have civil service protection. And what that means is you can't be fired or retaliated against if you issue a decision that doesn't please some of the powers that be. That's gone when we go to this new system. It's going to take workers' comp and put it to a bunch of political appointees. So when your worker says, I can't pay the bills, I can't get a lawyer, I can't fight this, all I want to do is get the money to eat and to feed my kids, you say, well, I have a system that's not going to work as well. Second, I want you to think about are the small businesses and the families in your district. Last year, there was really compelling testimony by a guy up in the central West Virginia, and he was representing an elderly couple who were mineral owners, like many of you here represent. They felt they'd been cheated out of some money by improper deduction of severance taxes and post-production expenses. They were out $200,000. They went through a long court proceeding, and they ended up at a mediation where everybody gets in a room and tries to work it out. The company lawyer said, I know you got a $200,000 case, but you ought to take 25 cents on the dollar today. And they said, why would we take 25 cents on the dollar today if we have a $200,000 case? We got cheated. And the company lawyer's answer, per the testimony last year, was, we will throw this into a stack of appeals, and they will never see a dime. Now, that's really what happens here. All right, that's why people oppose this who represent the small businesses, the little guys, and that's why the people that support the insurance companies and the big businesses want this. All right, it is going to reduce the time and value of your constituents' cases. All right, so I hope that when you vote here in a minute that you'll weigh the evidence about whether we need this, whether it's the best use of our money, and will it bring our people justice. I hope you'll join me yet again in voting this bill down. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from the 25th, Delegate Painter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, here we are again. We fought this battle last year, but for some reason or another, this just keeps coming back. And seeing as how we've run most of their agenda already, the Chamber of Commerce should be done with us after this bill. Being a small businessman, this thing is, I'm the smallest of the small. I mean, one-man show, and yeah, I didn't sleep in a Holiday Inn last night. I've been in business for 30 years, and all this will make it way easier for these big companies with a lot of lawyers to beat you out of money, and when you try to sue them, if you've got the money to sue them, you go get judgment. Yeah, you're done. And guess what? No, you're not done. You get to go to intermediate court and put out more money you ain't got. And I don't have to tell you how it's going to end when they got all the lawyers and you don't. And after the last year with the pandemic, with the way we've decimated small businesses, I'm sure y'all remember, oh, we'll make you guys full, we'll make you whole in every way, shape, or form. Now, a year later, still nothing but people out of business wondering, think we've been sold a bill of goods on that. But if that ain't enough, you get your friends and neighbors who have a comp case, who barely paying the bills and struggling, and guess what? Now it gets drug out even further. Yeah, this serves them really well too. What are we trying to do? Are we here to help West Virginia people, or are we here to serve big businesses that may or may not locate here, or the few that are here? At some point, we got to take care of the people that are here, and this does nothing close to that. And even though this is a shortened down version, does anybody think it's really going to stay small? Are we not the party of small government here, or is that just when we're just small government until the Chamber of Commerce calls, and then we're not? This is going to do nothing but grow every year, and you know that. And as Reagan said, the most permanent thing in the world is a temporary government program. Well, the biggest thing in the world starts out as a small government program. And if you want to feed the bureaucrat Leviathan that this country has become, you need to vote for this, because this is nothing but a bureaucrat's dream right here. And I'm thinking probably at the end of the day, this is going to pass. Lobbyists will be happy, checks will be wrote, everybody will be happy, the trough will be full. But in the end, it's West Virginian citizens, working people, and small business once again that will be suffering. So I'm not sure where you go with this, but to me, the main purpose of this bill is to help big businesses stomp small businesses and working people. It just makes it that much easier for them. And there is no way I can in good conscience ever vote for this bill. This is garbage. Vote it down.
Gentleman from the 20th, Delegate Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Haven't talked a lot this year, but I want to get up and talk about this bill for a second. And I'll begin by telling my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I don't think any of you are bad people. I don't think that you've sold out to corporate greed. I don't think that in your heart, or I think in your heart you think what you're doing is right. We just simply have a disagreement on how to move this state forward. I think at this time, this court is not needed. If you go down to where I'm from in Mingo County, West Virginia, the most, outside of probably McDowell, the most southern part of the state, you never hear the talk of the need of an intermediate court. But what you hear routinely is the talk of better roads, more broadband access, and a drug-free workforce. If you want to move this state forward, you should focus on those three things, not a court that's not needed. You know, yesterday we had an opportunity from our minority leader to help those people that deal with drug issues, and we voted it down. You see, I was raised, this may not come to a shock to many of you, on principles that my dad labeled compassionate conservatism. You see, the first Republicans I ever met, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, were my parents. I was born in 1979. The first Republicans I ever laid eyes on were my parents. Heck, the majority of my family can't even vote for me until the November election. But you know what? Irrespective of party, the one thing that we had in common was our desire to help West Virginians and the people in their community. With my vote, I try to do that daily. You can see how I vote. I mean, it's public record. This bill doesn't do that. It does nothing of the sort. What it does do, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, it wastes government assets. It grows the size of the judiciary and government. We're paying judges now $142,000 a year to hear cases that never should be heard by them. You know, and it also does nothing, I mean nothing, to help the people that we represent in their local communities. And you're going to increase the cost of litigation. Many of you may not know this, but I practice a lot of employment law, and unless you have what's called an EPL policy, an employment practice liability policy, your general liability coverage doesn't cover claims when you're sued in employment cases. So you know what happens? These small businesses are forking out money out of their own pocket to defend lawsuits. And how do I know that? Because I defend businesses. I'm not just to do plaintiff's work primarily. It's about 50-50. And you're talking about groups that barely can afford what they're having to pay now, let alone another label of government. And I'll tell you another thing. Right now I'm involved in a case involving a pharmacy in which some new owners came in on their first day and laid off 3 ladies that were 61, 64, and 72 years old, hired 2 young ladies the same day that were 23 and 19, and put into a tax to lay my clients off because they provided no productive value to that company. That was the exact words. And you know what the defense lawyer told me just 2 weeks ago in an email? Hey, you may want to try to settle this before that intermediate court passes. I mean, that is the mindset. Those are the people you're protecting, not the older, or not the constituents, rather, in your district. So I ask you to take a good, hard look at what you're voting on today. Ask yourself, who does it hurt? Who does it help? To my conservative friends across the aisle, is this really the compassionate thing to do? It's not the principles I was raised on. You know, my family primarily have been Republicans as long as I've been alive, going back to Reagan. And I probably display some of those values, but irrespective of party, this is just not needed. It helps nobody but big business at a time when this state can't afford it. So for those reasons, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I ask that this bill be rejected.
Gentleman from the 7th, Delegate Barnhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speak to the bill. Thank you. I rise today in strong support of Senate Bill 275. You know, I've heard a lot of talk today about how deja vu, we keep bringing it up, keep bringing it up, keep bringing it up. Well, there's a reason we brought it up. We brought it up because it's needed. It's needed. And I tell you what, it's long past time that we provide the people of this state a full and meaningful right to appeal, both for the people of the state and for businesses large and small. We need to get this done. We're one of only 9 states that doesn't have it. In fact, we have states that have 500,000 less people than we do who have it. I mean, it's a no-brainer. I tell you. I mean, you know, and I can tell you, you know, people keep saying, who does this help and who does it hurt? Overall, it will help our constituents because people will look at our state and say we are becoming more competitive, a place where you want to invest and where you want to do business. If you want to move the state forward, you need to vote yes on this bill. I tell you right now, you know, when businesses are looking to locate places, they look at a lot of things. But what they really want is they want predictability and they want certainty. That's not just in the marketplace, that's in the judiciary too. They want to know that their investment will be protected and that they will get a fair hearing and a full and meaningful right to appeal. No doubt about it. And I tell you what, you know, I've been around the legislature for a number of years. I've only been down here as a delegate. This is my second full session. But I've been here in other capacities. I've worked on staff. I've done it all. Done it all down here. I've seen it from a lot of different angles. And I can tell you, when you're trying to do something that's really good, when you're trying to really move the state forward, the special interest groups dig in, they double down, and they do everything they can to get you to vote against it. Everything that they could possibly do. They do it, and they tell you that you're going to ruin this, you're going to ruin that. Don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. It's easy to say no. But I challenge everybody in this room today, find a way to say yes. Find a way to move the state forward. Find a way to help everybody in this state and help businesses large and small want to come to this state. Let's do it. Let's move the state forward. And I tell you, I've heard also today that people have said, oh, this is just another layer of government. Well, let me tell you, it's not another layer of government. It's another layer of justice for the people of West Virginia and for businesses large and small. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to stand today in support of this bill, and I hope you all will do the same. A green vote on this bill is a vote to move the state forward and to send us in a positive direction. A no vote is a vote for the status quo. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of the bill. Thank you.
Gentleman from the 1st, Delegate McGeehan.
Whoops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I rise in opposition to the bill. You know, one of the fundamental purposes of government is to adjudicate disputes. I'm not going to get into the main portion of the bill establishing the Intermediate Court of Appeals, but I will touch on one provision which eliminates the office of judges. You see, I come from a district, and I represent a lot of blue-collar workers, mainly Irish Catholics, Italian Catholics that have been working the steel mills for ages, the potteries up at home, and they rely on the workers' compensation system. And see, in West Virginia, we have a monopoly system when it comes to workers' compensation, so we only have essentially one provider. You beg to differ? We got a couple. All right. Anyway, we have limited providers on workers' compensation. And so I've dealt with those folks in the Office of Judges because the only recourse to appeal any wrongful decision is to that office. And that is a primary function of government, to adjudicate disputes. So abolishing that office and somehow transferring it to the Board of Review and thinking that that's going to be some sort of seamless transition over the time frame set out in this bill, well, I've got news for you. It's going to create a lot of chaos and destabilize the workers' compensation field in West Virginia. You know, workers' compensation, I've been told from many of my legal colleagues, is sort of an arcane, dying field. You really can't find people that are willing to do it. And there's plenty of people I've dealt with in that office that really take their job seriously and have helped many of my constituents, you know, who have been wronged on the job site and have really no other recourse because essentially they've, in one way or another, given up their right to sue. And I'm not a lawsuit kind of guy, but when it comes to workers' compensation, that is a critical field that, a critical area that really is very important to the livelihoods of the average guy and gal in this state. So that's one primary reason why I'm going to oppose this bill. So thank you.
Gentleman from the 50th, Delegate Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to rise to make a very quick point. And that is the gentleman from the 7th said that currently individuals do not have a right to a full and fair appeal. Now, if you would have been listening to the testimony in the Committee on the Judiciary, you'd have heard the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court under oath state that they do have a current right under the rules of the Supreme Court. So what this bill actually does, though, is it takes away the right that you currently have to go to our highest court, and it substitutes a lower court, and the Supreme Court has discretion to take your case, but it doesn't have to. So this makes no sense. We're not doing this with criminal cases, with abuse and neglect, just corporate cases. It's corporate cases, and there's a reason for that. There's a reason this bill has not passed until now, and this year should be the same. And I'm sorry to say it probably won't be. But everybody should stand strong with the citizens of this state to actually have every case appealed to the highest court that we have, the West Virginia Supreme Court of Appeals. So I urge a no vote.
Gentleman from the 42nd, Delegate Bruce.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I'd like to speak to Bill. I've been practicing law in West Virginia for 37 years as a trial attorney. I've been before the Supreme Court of West Virginia 30 times, maybe more. And I never thought I would be a proponent of Intermediate Court of Appeals, but I am. However, not of this version of it. I fully endorsed the Senate version with 2 panels, and I believe this bill is inadequate for a couple reasons. One of the first reasons is, if you saw this sheet of paper, which is the report of the cases that the Supreme Court had and what the Intermediate Court will get, well, in some cases, numbers lie. If you look at this, it says the number of cases that from family court that went to the Supreme Court in 2020 was 33. And when we're counting the workload for the Intermediate Court of Appeals, it says that's what it would be, 33. However, they didn't remember that all the appeals from family court are going from circuit court directly to the Intermediate Court of Appeals. And my research has shown, and the only thing on this paper was the appeals that went from the family court to the circuit court and then appealed to the Supreme Court. So there's 31 circuit courts in West Virginia, and my research shows there's an average of 20 appeals to the circuit courts from those family courts. So if you take 20 times 31, that's 620 cases that would be going to this Intermediate Court of Appeals, which doubles the amount of cases going to the Intermediate Court of Appeals of 3 people. That doesn't work. I'm all for the Intermediate Court of Appeals, but justice delayed is justice denied. And my point is there's no way 3 justices can hear the caseload that's going to be presented. And we already have a problem. We can't get before courts, the court system, to have timely hearings. I'm in favor of a 5-court system, but we're not there. But that's why I'm speaking against this bill. Now, we're the largest state that does not have an Intermediate Court of Appeals. Now, if you look at the states that do have them, only Alaska has 3 Intermediate Court of Appeal judges. Kentucky has 14, Maryland has 15, Iowa has 9, Mississippi has 10, and we're going to do our caseload with 3. I can't support that bill for that reason. I'd love to have one, but this is not going to work. Thank you.
Gentleman from the 33rd, Delegate Hanshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Friends, these are my very favorite kinds of policy debates that we have here on the floor of this House. It's debates about the very fundamental structure and nature of government and what the roles are of the institutions that we create and set up here, both in our Constitution and in our laws. This is my 7th year here in the House. I think we have considered a version of this bill every year that I've been here. I think we've talked about this bill or some iteration of it every year that I have been a member of this body. And most of you know that over the course of that 7 years, there have been versions of the bill that I have staunchly opposed. Some of you were my former colleagues upstairs on the Judiciary Committee when we would caucus and decide whether to advance one of those bills. I have, in fact, voted no. There have been other years when we've had versions that I've liked some things about them and have been lukewarm to say yes. But I take the floor today to give you just just a few moments of why I think this bill is actually a good one and why I think we've actually gotten it right this time, this year, and why I'm going to vote for the bill. It's easy when we talk about our judiciary and when we talk about the judicial system to get pretty Supreme Court centric. It's easy to have most of our attention focused on what the Supreme Court of Appeals for West Virginia does and how it functions and what its role is in the overall judiciary. But in doing so, it's tempting to lose sight of the role of trial courts. It's tempting to lose sight of the trial courts and the lower tribunals that we have here in West Virginia. We had a candidate for Justice of the Supreme Court of Appeals in an election a few years ago who advocated that we should pay more attention to the family court system in West Virginia because, as he put it, that's where all the cases that really matter to average people are decided anyway. Now, I won't go so far as to endorse that position, but I will say that what makes me supportive of this bill and why I think it's a good idea and why it strikes the right policy balance is that if you actually look at not the Supreme Court of Appeals of West Virginia, but the trial courts, this bill offers some solutions to problems addressed here on the floor of this House during debate today. So the policy positions that we've heard laid out here on debate on this bill just in the last few minutes have made it clear that in general civil litigation, which is what so many of our small business owners deal with, what so many of our regular day-to-day citizens face, in family court situations, which are some of the most pressing cases that we have in our society and the cases that need a resolution and deserve a resolution as quickly as possible, what can happen in those cases in the trial courts is that by necessity and by design, those cases are punted to the back of the line because those trial courts in West Virginia are charged, as they should be, with dealing with cases of child abuse and neglect first, and then cases of criminal nature, and all the way down the line until we get to things like appeals from the family court and general civil litigation. I am a practicing lawyer in my day job. I wouldn't go so far as to call myself a courtroom litigator, but I do enough courtroom litigation to know that in general civil litigation, when two private citizens bring cases against one another and seek the recourse of the court system to actually adjudicate cases, as our colleague has told us is a function of the government, it can be years. It can be years before a court has an opportunity to work through its criminal docket, through its abuse and neglect docket, through the other responsibilities of the civil trial court system in our state, before it reaches our case, before it reaches your case. Why I like this bill, and why I think the version of it that's before us today is a good idea, is that it relieves some of the workload of the trial court. It relieves some of the backlog of the trial court and gives an access point for West Virginians who are looking to have disputes resolved by the courts in West Virginia. By taking the family court appeals to a dedicated tribunal, they're no longer at the back of the line, and they have a fair opportunity to get, at least they have a fighting shot at getting decided more quickly. The bill gives us a fighting shot at getting on the docket for general civil litigation more quickly perhaps than we are now. So my point in taking the floor today is to tell you this. The bulk of our judiciary in West Virginia is not the state Supreme Court of Appeals. It's important. It's the policy-making body for the judiciary in West Virginia. It plays that function, and we need it to play that function, and that's by design, and it should play that function. But realize that the bulk of the work, the day-to-day function of our judiciary, is done by the lower tribunals. It's done by the family court judges. It's done by the magistrates. It's done by the trial court judges in the circuit courts of West Virginia. I'd like to see those courts able to actually focus more on disputes by West Virginians. I'd like to see those courts, I'd like to see West Virginians who have appeals from family court deciding matters of some of the most important nature that citizens will ever face if they find themselves in a courtroom as quickly as possible. That's why I support this bill. There have been versions of it I did not like. There have been versions of it I liked better. But on the whole, I think we've struck a good balance from a policy perspective here in terms of what our institutions of government should be, what we should create as a legislature, and how we craft a process that lets citizens avail themselves of the very adjudicatory function that governments are designed to play. I support the bill.
Are there those seeking further recognition? If not, gentleman from 35th to close debate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Tough act to follow there. You know, I heard yesterday and I heard today, and I've been here, this will be my 5th year in this chamber, and I've enjoyed every minute of it, friendships that I've made here in the debates, policy discussions that we've had, and it's good, it's healthy, I think it's what West Virginians sent us here to do. But we hear this repeating theme of we take this up every year and we shut it down every year on a bipartisan measure. Every year we're just wasting our time. Well, I would submit to you that if we did everything based on what previous legislatures have approved, there'd be no reason to be here at all. And so here we are again, and sometimes when we come back and we approach the same policy matters, we make them better. And I would suggest to you that we have a good product before this body for adoption today. We have a responsible, contemporary construct that improves the judicial system in West Virginia. As the Speaker alluded to, and many others, my friend from the 42nd actually made most of the arguments that I would like to make to you today, so if I could just echo what he said and you could replay that in your mind, I would wish for you too, and implore upon him that let's not let the perfect be the enemy of the good here. The number of appeals in circuit court are astronomical. They come from administrative agencies. They come from family courts. We need to provide more predictability in West Virginia to those that are sitting in our trial courts waiting for an appeal. And time is money. Time is money for the everyday West Virginian. My friend from the 20th alluded to the fact that we need to think about our constituents, not the business. Well, I'm thinking about my constituents. I'm thinking about my constituents that are having a dispute in family court right now that want to be heard in circuit court but can't. Perhaps there'll be case law that might be able to resolve that very dispute in a more timely fashion, allow them to move on with their lives, save some money for the betterment of their family and for their children. You know, my friend from the 9th mentioned we're one of the last states to approve such a court system. We're the largest that has not done so yet. And what we've done here is taken a shot from what the Senate has provided us. We've created a smaller panel with less judges than we were before, judges that are responsible to the constituents of West Virginia. We're providing a predictable legal environment to every litigant in West Virginia. This reroutes every litigant. So right now, if you look at a map of how you can appeal your decision in West Virginia, it looks like a maze. We've created a very simple way for litigants to know how the disposition of their case is going to end. And I would submit to you that it's going to be faster. And it's going to cost less money because disputes will be resolved quickly. And I think one of the most important things about this bill is that we are providing West Virginians with a codified and statutory right to an appeal. The Supreme Court has done that, absolutely, by rule. They have. But at any time, without our approval and without the citizens of West Virginia's approval, they can take that rule away. They can take that right of appeal away by repealing an administrative rule. But if we pass this bill today, every West Virginian has a right to an appeal. And every West Virginian should have a right to an appeal, I believe. I want to give you an example of how I thought about this. I know that we've grown our majority here to my friends on the right side of the chamber, and I understand that we have differing philosophies. The gentleman believes this perhaps doesn't go far enough. I know that there are some over here that thinks it goes too far. But I think that we've kind of found a nice middle ground here and a product that's going to serve West Virginians well. And for those of you that are concerned about the growth of government, I've heard Ronald Reagan invoke today that, we're growing this bloated government. Actually, we're shrinking it. If you pass this bill, we're shrinking government. 7 less employees for the state of West Virginia. We're shrinking government with this bill. So if I have a house that's 1,000 square feet and I buy another house that's a little bit more expensive, that's 500 square feet, it's a smaller house. Might be a little more expensive. I don't know what sort of savings I'm going to get on my power bill or my energy bill, but the long-term effect of what we have in front of us can prove to be very beneficial to every West Virginian. This is smaller government, folks. We are shrinking government with this, and we're creating a more predictable, streamlined approach to the judicial system in West Virginia. And lastly, I would say, and I know this too, change is really hard. It's hard to conjure up the ability to make bold change in West Virginia. This is bold change. I'm not going to tell you how to vote. It's a policy question. As the speaker said, it's purely a policy question of what you want West Virginia to look like. It's not easy to make those decisions, but I didn't come down here to keep the status quo. I hope you didn't. We talk about moving the state of West Virginia forward. Let's move the state of West Virginia forward. Let's not let that become a catchphrase, folks. You can't sit and park and move the state of West Virginia forward. Let's throw it and drive and get where we all want to go. Let's pass the bill.
Question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result.
On that question, there are 56 ayes, 44 nays, and 0 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 275 relating generally to West Virginia Appellate Reorganization Act of 2021.
Are there amendments to the title?
Committee on Finance moves and amend the title.
Question before the House is the adoption of the title amendment. Those in favor of adoption of the title amendment will say aye. Those opposed will say no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes have it. Chair declares the title amendment adopted. The title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute House Bill 2266 relating to expanding certain insurance coverages for pregnant women.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, lady from the third to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2266 would amend the provisions of the West Virginia Code providing for Medicaid maternity and infant care. The bill would extend Medicaid coverage to women for up to 1 year of postpartum care. Current law requires postpartum care be covered for up to 60 days. This change would be effective July 1st, 2021, or as soon as the federal approval has occurred. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? The gentleman 17th, Rohrbach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As sponsor of this bill, I thought I'd get up a minute and perhaps tell you why this is really important, in my opinion. First of all, what this bill really does is it syncs up the coverage for the infant, which is 1 year, with what the mother would now be covered for a year. But as this chamber has continued over the years that I've been here to struggle with our substance abuse problem, I'm going to give you a few statistics of why this is important. Women, when they have a substance abuse disorder, they go in to get obstetrical care. They've got somebody to care for them. They'll get them in drug treatment, and they'll do better. They'll have access to social services. However, now when they deliver, their insurance ends after 2 years. What we know from our statistics from our maternal mortality review committee that this state set up a few years ago, that the period from 7 to 12 months postpartum is the deadliest period for these women because they lose access to their care and they tend to relapse on drugs, and the overdose rate is very high. We know that 62% of our deaths in the 1 year postpartum occur in the second 6 months postpartum. So we also know that 1 in 9 mothers will experience postpartum depression. For these reasons, I would urge passage of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there further debate on the bill? If not, the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there are 98 ayes, 2 nays, and 0 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute House Bill 2266 relating to expanding certain insurance coverages for pregnant women.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 2493, providing valuation limitations for coal property taxation and clarifying the penalties for non-filers.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? Gentleman the 10th to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon. Quote, taxation shall be equal and uniform throughout the state, and all property, both real and personal, shall be taxed in proportion to its value to be asserted as directed by law, unquote. The West Virginia Constitution, Article 10, Section 1. The legislature has further interpreted this command as requiring property to be assessed at its true and actual value, both with respect to real property, setting code 11-3-1A. During a lawsuit dealing with coal valuations, it was determined that the tax department was working outside the Constitution and outside the code provided by this legislature in evaluating true and actual value. This bill is here to correct that. They were using a 3-year average. We are asking you to limit that to a 1-year average, the calendar year before the assessment. The tax department was also using an 1,800-ton coal per acre foot. We are asking you to allow the individuals involved that own that property to be able to bring evidence of different value and different seams. The bill also would require economic viability and engineering considerations in setting this value. We are also asking that thickness of coal, of mineable coal, would be moved from 30 inches to 35 inches. Coal seams that are active would be taxed the highest rate. Active mines would be taxed at highest rate. Mines that have been permitted but are not working yet would be taxed at the reserve rates. We have some mines currently that are being built in one that I know of in Barber County. They've been almost 2 years in the process of construction and haven't mined one bit of coal, but yet their coal is being taxed at the highest rate. The tax department has also used non-filing penalties in such a way that it's not unfair to everyone in the coal business, as well as not using uniformity rates. We want you to make that uniform. A lot of work has gone into this bill, and we would appreciate if you would support this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? The lady from the 4th, Dr. Zukov, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Thank you. You mentioned that we were directed to make this more fair, and I was wondering, we talked about this a little bit when the bill was put back in committee. Who was involved in the group that made the decision? Who was involved in the group that made this decision on how these changes would be made, on how the taxes would be
There was a study group dealing with the coal operators, the state tax department, and members of the finance, some of the members of the finance committee.
Was anybody from the counties involved in this decision making?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And what was the decision process made within that working group to decide how to increase the amount of the coal seams, 30 inches to 35 inches?
Between the School of Engineering at WVU, the co-operators, and the assessment manager for the state tax department all agreed that 35-inch seams was the method or seam that they were doing now, that anything less than that in an underground situation, they weren't mining.
Okay. May I speak to the bill, Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
Mr. Speaker.
lady is recognized.
Thank you. I think that this bill goes a little too far in trying to reevaluate the taxes on the coal system, and I'm really torn between this bill. Because as I've mentioned before, my county, one of the counties that I represent here, has the highest production of coal in the state of West Virginia. It means we have a lot of underground mines. We have a lot of underground coal that's still there in the seams. And we talk about these bills, who it helps and who it hurts. We know that the coal industry was involved in the decision making. No one at the county level was involved in that decision making. And this bill specifically is going to cost my community, my county, $1.725 million. So for those reasons, I'll be voting no on the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman of 51st, Douglas Hanson, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm also opposed to this bill. My county commission is adamantly opposed, and while Monongalia County is not going to be hit quite as hard as Marshall County, we would take a hit close to $500,000 a year if this bill passed. You know, that's money that's used for public safety. It's money that's used for our parks and for other services that people in the county need and depend on. And it's not just our two counties. There's other counties across the state that are going to get hit with $1 million or more in a decline in tax revenue. If you represent Boone County, if you represent Logan County or Wyoming County, these counties are going to get hit more than $1 million. And across the state of West Virginia, the fiscal note shows that about $12 million will be lost in local revenues. And so there is a policy decision here regarding who should be paying these taxes. Who this bill will help will be out-of-state corporations and large landholding and mineral holding corporations that are paying these taxes now. But if this bill passes, it will hurt the people in your county whose local tax rates will have to be increased to make up the shortfall. So I'm joining with my county commission to adamantly oppose this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The lady from the 52nd, Douglas Sipold's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Vice Chair of Education yield? Oh, Finance, I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
The physical note on that was $12 million to the counties.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In that $12 million, do you know how that $12 million was calculated?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Okay.
It came from the tax department in such a way that we did not have the formula that they gave the results.
I have talked with the tax department since that time that we discussed it on the floor probably 3 different times, trying to calculate what was going to cost back in Preston County. And on the first time that I talked with them, I asked what the value was to Preston County, and I was given a value. And I also asked what the levy rate they used. The levy rate that they gave me was 0.0215. Levy rate for Preston County for a Class 3 is 0.022148, which is very close. And I realized that they had used an average statewide. So when he gave me the value, then I knew that they were using a assessed value to be able to get the number for Preston County. I asked, did that number include the Board of Education, the school levy? And he first told me no. But when I calculated that, and when he told me what the levy rate was, I realized that it had to use what would be going back to the school because of the levy rate. So the second or third time I talked with him, he indicated that he had misspoke, and that $11 million did include the school levy amount. So normally when you think about the levy rate, normally everybody kind of thinks 1/3, 2/3. In Preston County, that doesn't really hold true because we have an excess levy plus a bond. So ours is not exactly the 1/3, 2/3 ratio, but in most of the counties, that'll hold, pretty true. So out of that $12 million that they quote, approximately 2/3 of it is the levy rate that goes to the schools. So about 1/3 of that can be estimated of what would be actually going back to the county.
Wow.
So when you were thinking about money that the counties was going to actually lose, is going to be about a third of what that number would be. Also, they used a straight Class 3 levy rate. Again, when you talk minerals, you would normally think that you would use the Class 3 levy rate because Class 2 is owner-occupied property. Normally you think you don't owner-occupy minerals. But if you own your property in fee, the minerals are sitting underneath of the property. So if you own 30, 40, 100 acre, 200 acre tract that your home sits on, then those minerals rides with the fee property, and they're assessed in a Class 2. Levy rate Class 2 is only half of the levy rate of the Class 3. So therefore, the taxes that would be lost would only be half that rate. The third thing, when we discussed it, if the bill does not pass and they still are valuating on a 3-year, everybody would normally lose because 4 years ago, and I'm just pulling numbers out, but say coal was selling at, say, I don't know, $70 a ton. The next year at 60, the next year at 50, and this year at 40, then the 70 would roll off, and the 3 years would be your 60, your 50, and your 40. So we would normally lose 10 or 15% if we were still on the 3-year. So even if we did not go to just the 1 year, which is 40, the 3 years we were going to lose 10 or 15% anyhow with the old 3-year rollover method. So when you think if we do nothing, we're still going to lose to the counties on the system we're on now with 3-year rollover because coal values has went down over the 3 years. So we take that into effect. Plus, if we do pass this bill, the number of the 12 million includes the school levy that the counties isn't going to use, plus they've used a straight tax rate of Class 3, which part of the property's under Class 2. I would say that $12 million figure is very inflated. Would you agree with me?
Yes, I do. And the other thing that we need to take in consideration, if we're doing the full calendar the year before the assessment, then we are going to be more accurate in our market valuation because we're only looking at the last 12 months of the calendar year before the assessment. That will allow that to be more true and accurate value. And if the conditions especially in the metallurgical coal, because we see a future in metallurgical coal, those prices could very well go up and probably will for demand on steel because we need to make coke for steel. And therefore, we will be able to hear the rebound or see the rebound in those evaluations the following year. If we don't, we will still be looking at lag numbers from a 3-year process instead of a 1-year process. And therefore, some of these counties may very well not see any loss in dollars and may actually see dollars go up because of the valuation of this coal.
I would say that's very true. But in any case, the valuation of the 12 million with the scenario I have given you is more like a $3 to $4 million loss instead of 12 million. Is that
Very
not
good.
correct?
Thank you for doing that. I appreciate that because, again, as I indicated at the beginning of my talk, this tax department's working outside the Constitution and then working outside the legislation that's provided them to do the job.
Right.
And this confirms what they've done. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Gentleman to the 5th, Doug Pethel's recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill. You know, when this bill came through finance, I had asked an executive from the coal industry, how this was going to affect Wetzel County. Because in Wetzel, for the most part, the coal has not been mined. It's there, but there was like a 100-year moratorium on coal mining, and it only went off like in the early 2000s. And I was pretty much assured that this bill, wasn't going to affect Wetzel that bad, or virtually nothing at all. And I want to give my good friend here from the 34th credit, because he asked for a county-by-county breakdown of what the losses were going to be for each one of these counties. And I hope that all of you, I want to thank the chairman of finance from the 64th, because he did get that list for us, which hopefully all of you have taken a look at. But Wetzel County, to my surprise, was going to end up losing $714,000. And keep in mind, the coal hasn't even been mined there. Possibly just a little bit on the Harrison-Wetzel border, just in the last couple of years. So, as has been pointed out, a document prepared by the state tax department costs counties $12,284,000. And I agree with the questions that my good friend, the gentlelady from the 4th, asked, and also what the gentleman from the 51st had to say. One of the things here that really bothers me about this work group, that they met this summer. It was made up of people here, delegates, which I don't have a problem with that, the tax department, and the coal industry. But there was no one on that group to represent, county commissions or school boards. And I certainly believe that there should have been. So for all of those reasons, Mr. Speaker, I'd urge a no vote on this bill. Thank you.
The gentleman of the 30th, Douglas Bates, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to those that aren't paying attention, let me tell you that size matters. All right, size matters. There are 3 provisions in this bill. The first one deals with the consistent evaluation of coal, and we mine a little bit in Raleigh County, all right? We mine a little bit in Wyoming County, McDowell County. And our system of local government is dependent upon those revenues. And I want every ton that can be mined from those areas. And we need to provide a consistent evaluation method. If $1,800 a ton square foot, and we need to provide smoothing so that these operators, these coal companies, know what their tax bill is going to be on a consistent and regular basis and are not subject to the ups and downs of the industry. Those are 2 very good provisions in this bill. I could support the bill if it included those provisions. But there is a 3rd provision. That provision is at the end. And that provision deals with size. And that's where the money is. Because what this does, and what you're about to vote on, is taking money off the books for counties, because you're saying a block of coal that's as high as this desk, 35 inches is your desk, is unminable. And that's just not true. It's mineable underground. I mean, they take 30, they take 35, 32, they just take some top and separate that out. And if you come from a coal county, you know that. It's not just underground mining as well. It's surface mining, longwall mining. And what you're saying with this bill is that that's not worth money. It's worth money. It's traded. That provision needs to come out. And until that provision comes out, I'm a no, because it takes $900,000 out of Raleigh County, $1.2 million out of Wyoming County, and $780,000 out of McDowell County. And that's just 3 counties. Size matters. Vote no.
The gentleman at 27th, Dr. Gerhardt, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't believe that the coal industry is here today to ask for anything that everyone in here doesn't have. And I don't believe that they're taking $1 from the counties that are involved that they probably shouldn't have received in the past. All we're looking at here is to evaluate coal at its true value, as we are required to do, as the gentleman quoted to us earlier from the Constitution and Code. True value. I own a little house in Bluefield. I can tell you the value of it is less than $100,000. I pay tax on that little house, and I live there. I don't own the house, the big mansion up on the side of the hill, and I don't pay tax on the value of that house on the side of the hill. I pay tax on the value of the home in which I live, that is its true value as determined by the assessor. All we're wanting to do is to tax people based on the value of the property, or in this case, the asset. And in fact, I believe over time it has been overtaxed. Money's not going to be returned. Counties have received those dollars and they've got them, maybe spent them, maybe kept them, I don't know. But at this particular point in time, they're going to be taxed on the true value. And I don't want to argue with my friend from Raleigh County because we are friends, but I'm going to tell you, a low seam of coal has very little value to extract. It is extremely expensive to pull that coal. Its value is the same as that house of mine after it's burned down. You can't make a lot of money if you have to pull out really, really low coal. And frankly, people have quit doing that for the most part, some exception, for the most part, because you can't make a lot of money on it. And if you can't make any money on it, why mine the coal? Ladies and gentlemen, let's tax West Virginians equally and fairly as we are required to do by law. That's all this bill asks. I suggest approval. Thank you.
The gentleman at 26, Dr. Evans, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to support coal here. It is mineable. They take a little top, take a little rock, in addition to that coal at 30 inches, and then they separate it and they sell that coal. I disagree with my friend from Mercer County. If it wasn't profitable, they wouldn't be doing it. And we are doing it. We're mining a lot of coal down our way. The big seams are gone. We all know that. So what are we left with? The shorter seams. And we mine them. It is profitable. The money that we will lose in McDowell County is somewhere in the neighborhood of $781,000 to my county commission. And you know where the majority of that money goes, those taxes, to the school system. So who's the real loser here? The kids. If you take a moment and look at the bill, the sponsors, you'll see that 5 of the sponsors, not a single dime comes out of their county. But it sure does mine. It does Raleigh County. It does Wyoming County. About $27,000 coming out of Mercer County. I represent them too. This is ill-conceived if you think we can't mine that coal. The technologies we have today are amazing, and you know that. And that includes the surface mines. That coal has value, especially down my way. It's met coal. And met coal, as you heard from the gentleman from the 10th, is used to make steel. You all get a I think you all get mailed to you the coal fact of the day from the Coal Association. I get it each day. And it amazes me the uses, the amount of things you cannot do without met coal. So I'm going to oppose this bill. I've spoke with my county commission. They are opposed to it. I've spoke with my county administrator. She is opposed to it. It's going to hurt my county even worse, if you can imagine that. Vote no. Thank you.
Gentleman at 28th, Douglas Pack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will my good friend from the 30th yield for a question or two, please?
Be glad to, and let me apologize for a little passion on this issue, so, but go ahead. Address.
Seems like years ago when I was a much younger, thinner, less good-looking fella.
Roll call.
Seems like when I had to go to annual retraining that you were oftentimes there to talk to us about techniques for how we were to operate underground to keep us from getting injuries and such. You recall that?
With pleasure. It's some of the best work I do.
You mentioned that when you get underground, you just, if it's a 32-inch seam, you just take more top or take more bottom. Is that your contention?
It's more complicated than that, but I would contend that seams up to 35 inches are recoverable, and they're recoverable underground, and they're being recovered underground. They're also being recovered on surface operations and also longwall operations.
Are you of the opinion that it's easier as a miner to mine coal in 42 inches, and I'm not talking about the coal seam, I'm just talking about the available space, in 42 inches or 50 or 60 than it is in the 30s?
Without a doubt, without a doubt.
All right, thank you. Speak to the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, gentleman is recognized.
One of the best jobs I ever had was mining coal underground. I loved it. I'd go back today, but I'm a little too round for that kind of occupation anymore. But I can tell you that there are a variety of different kinds of coal mines you can work in. My favorite coal mine that I ever worked in was down in Marfork. It was up Horse Creek Holler. It's called Horse Creek Eagle. And it was about 65, 66 inches, dry as a bone. And by golly, we mined coal. I mean, in the industry, we call it puking, right? We puked the coal. We just ran through the coal. And it was easy to do because it was, above head level for most of us, right? I didn't have to crawl anywhere. Everywhere I went, I walked. Well, that's not true. Everywhere I went at a trot. And that was easy to do because we were in about 48 inches of really good met coal, and there was shale on top. And when the miner sumped up to the face, it was taking coal, it was taking shale. It was great. Right, walked everywhere. But I worked in other coal mines that wasn't so great. I don't know if anybody's been in it. There's a mine down at Marfork. It's now a belt mine. It's called Coon Eagle. And it's about the height of this desk. It's the height of this desk because it's sandstone top and it's sandstone bottom. And shale is one thing. Shale you can take a pick hammer up to and just knock it out. Sandstone you can't. Right? Sandstone, the ripper head of that miner, whoop, 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 and the miner starts bouncing up and down and it won't hardly cut it. It will cut it, but continuous miners are expensive pieces of equipment. Right? And they've got to last a long time. And what happens is when you get your ripper head up there into the sandstone and starts bouncing up and down, everything in that miner starts rattling. Right? You're replacing bits every hour. Whereas in coal and shale, you may replace bits once a day. You wear your ripper head out. You wear the drum out. I don't think it's so easy to say, it's 34 inches, just take more top. But I can tell you, if you can take more top, you take more top, because nobody wants to crawl around. Crawling around in a coal mine is no fun. It's no fun on your back. It's no fun on your knees. It's hard to work when you're crawling. It's a whole lot easier to work when you're walking around. I understand that my good friend from the 30th objections. I do. But as somebody who's been in 65 inches, 68 inches, 70 inches, 8 foot, I'm thankful for those opportunities to work in that. I didn't so much enjoy 34. And I don't believe that coal companies put you in 34 because they think it's fun. They put you in 34 inches because that's all you can get. They know that production is important, right? And you don't want to take more than what you have to take outside of coal, but they recognize that it's so much easier to work and it's so much easier to mine in 55 and 60, 68 inches than it is in 34. Admittedly, when I came in here, I was on the fence. I didn't know how I was going to go. But the more I've thought about it, the more I recognize that it's not a black and white issue. It's not, well, just take more top. Why not? Folks, it doesn't work that way. I don't care how you vote on this. I don't. But I'm just saying, I don't know how many other, I'm sure there's a lot of y'all have been underground. You've been underground on tours, gone with the Coal Association, whatever. I don't know how many of you have worked a shift underground. I don't. There are very few things of which I can speak intelligently on this floor, but this is one of them. So it's for those reasons that I would urge passage of the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there further debate on the bill? Does the gentleman from the 10th wish to close debate on the bill? Gentleman from the 10th to close debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to thank the gentlelady from the 52nd for her due diligent work trying to figure out what the tax department is trying to do. It's been difficult to work with them on this issue because they have evaded the true answers. And obviously you have been able to bring that forward, and I want to thank you for that. By the fact that we're trying to change this methodology from a 3-year average to a 12-month average the calendar year prior to the assessment is going to make great changes in the evaluations. And maybe some of your fears of dollars lost to your counties may not happen. And it may be, in fact, go the other way, especially in the areas like in McDowell County or Wyoming County or areas of meth coal. Those evaluations will be tied more closer to the market conditions out there. And therefore, we may see actual increases in values for those coal properties that are active mines and reserved areas. So therefore, I wish that you would support this bill and let us bring West Virginia a little closer to true and actual values. Thank you.
Debate on the bill has been closed. For what purpose does the lady from the 41st seek recognition?
Rule 49, Mr. Speaker, as a mineral owner.
Okay, if the lady has sought a ruling by the chair pursuant to House Rule 49 on the basis of having an ownership interest in mineral property, it would be the ruling of the chair that the lady would belong to a class of greater than 5 individuals affected by the bill and therefore would be directed to vote on the bill. Question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk, has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 64 ayes, 34 nays, and 2 members absent or not voting. Majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 2493, providing valuation limitations for coal property taxation and clarifying the penalties for non-filers.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 25. 2581, providing for the valuation of natural resources property and an alternate method of appeal of proposed valuation of natural resources property.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? Lady from the 38th Graves to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By state statute, property has to be assessed at its true and actual value. To achieve that requirement, in the past, the state tax department has used a mass appraisal system to value certain types of property. And that was due to the impracticality of valuing that property by individual basis. So that system depended on various averages, formulas, historical data to determine the assessment value. This committee substitute proposes to alter the method used by the tax department for valuing producing oil and gas wells for property tax purposes. They will be determined by using a weighted average price from regional markets, less the actual expenses, as reported by the taxpayer. The industry average expense language has been removed, and so has a periodic survey of operators and the field line point of sale from the introduced version. Mr. Speaker, I believe that this bill, for the first time in recent history, the state tax department has agreed to a compromise where they do value oil and gas wells based on the true and actual value, and I would urge its passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? The gentleman from the 5th, Doug Pethel, is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentlelady yield? Thank you very much for yielding. On the previous bill, the vice chairman from the 10th spoke about the work group. Is this bill also, is it a byproduct of that work group?
A different work group, but it was part of a work group, yes, sir.
Okay, can you tell me who was on the work group for this bill?
Members of the legislature who were on the finance committee, some members, the state tax department. We did also have a senator who represented particularly hard-hit counties who participated in the work group, and members of industry. And I would also let the gentleman know before he can ask it that I included a county assessor to represent the counties, and I CC'd the entire legislature previously on that entire email chain between the county assessor and myself.
So basically, there wasn't anyone on there from the county commissions or the school boards?
School boards, no, but I would also remind the body that the school aid formula, any impact to that would be made up by the state. So I'm not sure why they would be included exactly.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Certainly.
At the proper time, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to speak to the bill.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, I don't stand on this floor very often and speak, but when I do, I've always believed that people respected me and listened to what I have to say. And let me say, I've been here a long time. Voters have really been good to me. I've been here 29 years, but I can tell you that this bill today is the most important bill that I've ever spoken on. And I was hoping that the bill, the previous bill we just passed, would stay on the House calendar, but that didn't happen. And I knew once it got on special calendar, I wasn't really surprised by the vote. But I speak in strong opposition to House Bill 2581, the committee substitute. But I do want to commend the Chairman of Finance, the gentleman from the 64th, for his work on this, because this bill is much better than Senate Bill 655 from last year, which was going to cost Wetzel approximately $6.8 million. It's better than Senate Bill 32, and it's better than the original version of 2581. You know, and I've always found the chairman of finance, a gentleman from the 64th, to be honest. He runs a great committee, and he always lets you have your say. And that's really about all that you can ask. But I respectfully disagree about this bill. And let me say that the gas industry, that they've been good to Wetzel. Our school board, our county commission, our mineral owners have greatly benefited over the last several years, in particular the last 5 years. However, things haven't always been rosy. We've had to put up with large trucks, damaged roads, property being destroyed. And this bill, according to the state tax department, while it's much better than the previous bills that I mentioned, still costs counties $9,097,000. And 8 counties share the brunt of that loss. And that's Tyler at $1,948,000, Doddridge at $1,365,000, Marshall at $1,326,000, Wetzel at $886,000, Ohio County at $765,000, Ritchie at $860,000, Brooke at $499,000, and Harrison at $314,000. And let me say that especially Wetzel, Tyler, Ritchie, and Doddridge, these are all very rural counties. You know, and they don't have an industrial tax base to make up these losses. In Wetzel County, a lot of people, when they drive through on Route 2, they say, well, New Martinsville and Payton City, that's what they talk about, that they have lots of money. But I can tell you, when you get off of Route 2 and head east on Route 7 and head to the south on Route 20, it gets rural real fast. And communities like 100 and Pine Grove and Smithfield, where you have anywhere from maybe 300 to 600 people in those communities at the most, and also unincorporated areas like Wileyville, Jacksonburg, and Folsom. They're all good people, but lots of times they don't have the financial wherewithal to provide what they actually need. And they have to go to the county commission many times for repairs to water systems, for wastewater repairs, fire protection, police protection, and other projects when needed. So, you know, let's make it clear here what's going on. We have, I believe, a fundamental decision here. Are we going to have these large companies, are they going to continue to pay the tax? Or is the school board and the county commission going to have to raise the levy rate and put that back on individual property owners? You know, and I've seen a pattern here over the years. And while I can say, as I said earlier, that the industry has been good, to Wetzel. The pattern that I see here with this industry is they come here every year and want more and more. First, it was co-tenancy. Now it's tax relief. And they want forced pooling, which most of the people in Wetzel are really against. So, with that being said, Mr. Speaker, I just figured up here real quick that the previous bill and this bill cost Wetzel $1.6 million. And as I said, the people have been good to me. I've always had a pretty good idea on how they wanted me to vote. And one of the things that I know for sure that they sent me here to look after the financial well-being of the 5th District and especially Wetzel County. So there's no way that I could vote for this bill. And I would ask all of you also to cast a no vote on this committee substitute 2581. Thank you.
The gentleman from the 6th District, Delegate Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Speaker, permission to speak to the bill? There are times, my friends, when we have to step aside and step away from special interest groups and remind ourselves that we're here not to represent them, but we are here to represent the people of our districts. They're the ones who sent you down here. They're the ones that you claim to represent. I'm speaking today for my district, that's Tyler and Doddridge. If you think about the numbers that my good friend from the 5th District gave you, 1/3 of the total loss comes from my district. $1.9 million from Tyler County and $1.3 million from Doddridge County. So today I'm speaking for county commissioners who aren't here today to plead their case before you. I'm speaking for boards of education who clearly are not here today to plead their case. By the way, my boards of education don't need the school aid formula today, but if this bill passes, they'll need it. We're not looking for a handout. If this bill passes, a lot of the projects that are in place or being planned are going to have to be sidelined. We haven't squandered our money in District 6. Our counties have been frugal in their spending because they know this is not going to last forever. But it's still here. We're going to have to ask ourselves, are the people that we're representing, do they feel represented by us, or do they feel like they're losing their voice? Do they feel like they're losing their ability to be heard in Charleston? Now, some of you'll go back, and this will be an easy vote for you, and that's okay because you're not going to be impacted like I am and like these other counties are. But we're going to have to answer to our people. We're going to have to answer and say, this is why I did what I did. We talk about infrastructure. We're always saying, we've got to have our infrastructure in place. We've got to do this. We've got to do this. Well, our county commissions in Doddridge and Tyler have worked very hard with infrastructure, with water projects, with projects that could otherwise never be done if we weren't receiving the money that we're receiving. Those projects may very well come to an end. And I realize, Mr. Speaker, that this is not going to be the bill that Hoppy is going to talk about tomorrow. Intermediate court will be the number one thing. So when we walk out of here, this will be history. It'll be in the rearview mirror, but it's important to me. It's important to the people that I represent, that I speak for. I hope it's important for you. I hope that you're putting a lot of thought into how you're going to vote for this. And if you're undecided, I hope you're really thinking now. When I came down here 3 years ago, I came down here with my head in the clouds. People would say back home, how do they think, what do they think about Tyler and Doddridge? And I said, I don't even think they know we exist. Well, guess what? You know we exist now. You know we exist now. So it's important that I represent my people. You may think this could never happen to your district. You may think that there's no way someone could put their sights on you and say, we want your number one resource. It can happen. It can happen. And we're here to represent the people. So here we are, folks. HB 2581, providing for the valuation of natural resources, property, and an alternative method of appeal of proposed valuation of natural resources property. Who does that sound like that speaks to? Does that speak for the people that you serve or the special interest? My friends, I hope you think long about your vote, and thank you for your time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The lady from the 4th Douglas Zukov is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my friends from the 5th and 6th districts who just spoke about more eloquently than I ever could about the issues facing the counties that are impacted by these decisions. We have a bill before us that didn't make us to to our group today that would have charged out-of-state landowners the taxes that the West Virginia folks have to pay on their royalties. All that the gas companies would have had to do was cut one more check, take out the West Virginia taxes, and send it to the West Virginia Tax Department, because all West Virginians have to pay those taxes. But that bill never made it here. I'll let you decide why. But this bill, if passed, in addition to the bill that was just passed a few minutes ago, will cost my county $3 million. $3 million that are spent on all the same things that my friends from the 5th and 6th district just talked about, so I won't get into it. But I would ask you, as they've pleaded, to think about our counties and how that impacts us and how it impacts the people that we serve. And I would urge you to please vote no on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 1st Douglas Zetesalo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very quickly, I would ask if the gentleman from the 6th would yield to question. I am curious about one thing. I realize that the lessening of tax revenue is never a good thing. What is the total tax revenue from oil and gas in Doddridge County?
I don't have that number right now.
Okay, I've seen numbers that say something like $31 million a year.
You are close, yes. But may I add that right now Doddridge County is, as those of you who are preparing this, in a downward trend on that. They lost $5 million last year. They're in line to lose another $5 million this year.
Okay, but the total tax is much higher than what you're going to lose.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, very good, and I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. This is a tough issue, I think, for the whole state. But there's something we have to consider here. The state is going to face a very important decision in the coming years, and it's not going to be too far away. I came down here because one of the things I wanted to do was add value to our resources. In order to add value to our resources, we are going to have as efficient a use of them as we possibly can. If we don't do that, if we put roadblocks in the way of making the most of our resources, this is what's going to happen. We will be a state with less than 1.8 million people because we're not going to do the things we need to develop the resources in state. Think about that for a minute before you vote. Think about what we need to do to make the most of our resources. We can do other things because we're a very rural state, and I submit to you that's going to be a big thing in the coming years. That's going to be a good thing because people are going to want to come to a place that's quiet in order to work. But that's a ways off. The way that we need to use our resources here now. So, if you want to let our resources go, which will happen, to other states that will use them as a secondary supply of the resource they need. And we sit here and say, woe is us, because all of our resources leave the state. I submit, ladies and gentlemen, we need to take a new tack here. We need to say, what can we do to keep our resources here? Example, there's a white oak barrel factory in White Sulphur Springs. We use the wood that's produced here to make barrels, and I just saw a couple pictures from it. That's the kind of thing that we need to think about. When cracker plants come in, we need to make plastics along the Ohio Valley. That's the kind of thing we need to think about. If we don't produce the resources which are here in sufficient quantities, we'll ship it out to whoever is going to use them. Is that what we want? I didn't come down here to do that either. I came down here to get as many jobs in this state as I could and get as much money into as many people, the hands of as many people in the state of West Virginia as we possibly can. That's what I'm after. I think this bill is actually a more accurate way to calculate the tax. We've done some things to the gas industry, and I know there are people here whose counties were overpaid for taxes, and they basically kept all the money. That's fine. That's the way it goes. But when you figure out what the tax is, it is unfair to ask people to be taxed for a cost that's way down the line from where the gas was produced. We're attempting to fix that problem here with this bill. I think it's important, and I realize that the counties are hurt, and I don't particularly care for that. But I think in the long run, what we need to do is focus on a strategy to use the resources here. Therefore, I think a fair taxation of the resource is what's needed. And I'll be voting for this bill. Thank you.
Lady in the third, Dr. Storch, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I first saw both of these bills that we've been discussing this morning, 2493 and 2581, I was excited because I often get messages like the one I'm going to read now, if the body will indulge me. The Ohio County Assessor's Office significantly increased the assessments on gas royalties. Are you aware of any of this? Their projected incomes doubled, and I question their capitalization rates. The methods are not sound that they use to determine the value of these properties. Someone projected an income of over $45,000 on 4 acres and applied a cap rate, doubled their assessment. They never even came near that in income. Some years we received as low as $600. They told us we need to get the legislature involved. Hello, I'm getting the legislature involved. So I got excited when I was looking at it, and in the text of the bill, I noticed that we're looking at maybe changing that calculation to 1 year as opposed to 3, which seems to cause all the angst for my constituents. The 3-year rolling average and the different calculations and the extrapolation of one payment from maybe they receive $10,000 for 1 month or 2 months of that time period, but then that turns into $120,000 when it's turned into the calculation factor for that 3-year rolling or that rate. And I appreciate the intent of the bill to fix this calculation, but I don't believe that this bill goes far enough to help my individual mineral right owners in the district that are paying. I've talked to the Ohio County Commissioners more in the past 3 weeks than maybe, not ever in my life, but more than in any legislative session about these pieces of legislation. And the Ohio County Commission is aware that they will receive less. They are aware that they have received more than they possibly should, and they want it corrected to not have them be relying on miscalculated numbers. So, and I appreciate them in the discussions we've had, but I'm hopeful that we can get it corrected for the individual, the people that are paying these taxes as well, the individual mineral right owners that are paying these and they're getting these tax bills and they're trying to understand how they're coming up with these numbers and they're at a loss for coming up with the money to then pay those bills. A few years ago, I left session one Friday evening, very snowy, and went to a meeting with several landowners in West Liberty, so Brooke County, Ohio County line, and got a lot of questions because they'd received their tax bills, and they were asserting that they were, as the ad valorem tax bill they're receiving on their mineral rights, they're asserting these can't be taken from them. And they were asserting they weren't going to pay their tax bills. Well, I was encouraging them to not pay their tax bills because they could find that they could be taken from them, and even though it wasn't a tangible, that it would be a tangible I wouldn't want them to lose just by virtue of taking that stand and drawing that line in the sand. So I had a bill draft. It was pretty late in session. I've had a bill draft to try to correct it, and I've learned from council, we've taken a look at it, I've learned from council well-intended my bill was, it was not at all practical for my purpose that I was trying to solve for these people. But I'm still hoping we can have this conversation and we can try to make this easier on the individuals that are writing the checks. Our moms, our dads, our brothers, our sisters, the people that are still living in the state that are still trying to pay their mineral tax bills, and they're still feeling like and I will agree with them, they are not being calculated in the best means or method. So hopefully, I believe there may be some relief from this bill by the virtue of the numbers being reported should reduce their actual tax burden, but I'm just not sure that it will, and I'm fearful of the first person that will reach out to me and express to me that our intent went opposite in practical application. Thank you.
The lady from the 51st, Dr. Fleshour, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be the first person to admit that I don't know all the ins and outs of this bill, but I have been around here a while. And I know that when we did our property evaluation, it took many, many years to reach consensus and to change to make it more fair. Maybe I'll accept that this might be a more fair solution, but I can't accept the process that led to it. We did not have interims last year. We did not have a group of stakeholders who met together and informed each other so that there was some sense of security that there was fairness here. That didn't happen. What we do, and in my county, it gets whacked in both of these bills. But the counties that I find shocking are Tyler, Wetzel, and Marshall. Now, I know that people get jealous of Mon County. We're going to get whacked on both of these bills, but Wetzel has 15,436 people. They're going to have a $1.6 million hit. Marshall has double that, and they're going to have double that in a hit, $3 million. And Tyler has 21,619 people, and they're going to have a nearly $2 million hit. I don't want to be party to something that I'm not sure there was a whole lot of sunlight on the process, and that I can see that is disproportionately affecting some pretty small counties. So I'm going to be a no vote on this. I'm open. I want a fair process, but I'm not convinced this was fair if county commissioners and all the parties that have an interest in this were not involved. So I urge a no vote until we have all of us, all 100 of us, have more information.
The gentleman, the 28th Douglas Pike, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Relator from 38th yield for a question.
Sure.
See here that you are the lead sponsor on this bill.
Yes, I am.
You put a lot of time in it.
I did, months and months and months over a course of a couple years.
That's what I'd like to ask you about. Did you meet with people? Did you have conversations, discussions with various stakeholders?
I sure did.
Did you do it in some dimly lit room in the basement?
No, I did it in my office.
Oh, right out on the East Wing?
Yep.
You made phone calls and talked with people and emailed?
And in person.
Well, I compliment you on this work product that you've put forth. It's very exhaustive. I just want to make sure, and I will take your word for it, that nothing about your stakeholder meetings or the process by which you engaged in this is nefarious, right? I mean, everything that you did was above board.
I sure hope so.
Right. I'm just, the implication has been made that the entire 100-member body wasn't included in this, which is true of every bill, right, that we do. I mean, I've sponsored a number of bills, and I don't consult with every member of this body. Presumably you didn't either.
Well, I would counter that. One, I don't think that the lady who was my friend meant to imply that I was doing some kind of dark dealings. I don't take that to be her meaning. But she may just not recall that I actually did CC her on these conversations representing the counties and the assessors. She was included in the email chain. In fact, all 100 delegates were included in that conversation. Well, now, not some of the new people because they weren't here yet, but yes, I included everyone in the conversation.
That's exactly what I wanted to know. Thank you, ma'am.
Is there further debate on the bill? If not, the lady from the 38th is recognized to close debate on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the very heartfelt comments that were offered here. And I want to just paint a little bit broader of a picture because you did receive kind of just one side of the story. So as all of you know, I'm an accountant. This stuff is kind of fun for me. I put together a quick little spreadsheet because the gentleman from Wetzel and the gentleman from Doddridge brought up some numbers that their counties are going to be impacted. I fully acknowledge that, although I do agree with the lady from the 52nd that the tax numbers submitted to us were inflated. But let's just assume for the moment that they are completely and truly actual. So let's take Wetzel first. Wetzel is going to have a loss from this bill of $886,000 and some change. So what the full picture is, and I'm going to go on a little bit about this, but this will apply to all affected counties, so I hope you do listen. After this is all said and done, Wetzel is going to still be collecting over $12 million just on the property tax returns produced by the oil and gas affected entities. So that's $12 million, 12.7 to be exact, that they are still going to be pulling in after the inflated effect of this fiscal note is gone. So Doddridge, after the fiscal note impact is calculated, they're still going to be pulling in $29.835 million from the oil and gas company. That is real money they will continue to collect when we're done. So the 1.64 loss that, of course, is very concerning. I just want you to get the full picture. Marshall will be collecting 16.994 after this is all said and done. And Tyler will be sitting pretty at 30,000,952. Now, that's not taking into effect at all the information that I distributed on your desk this morning, which is the CARES funding, which is one-time funding or two-time funding that all of our counties pretty much are going to be receiving. So I would submit to you that this is really the best time to correct the constitutional issue that we have facing our counties when they are cushioned not only with ongoing oil and gas production monies coming in, but CARES funding. So for instance, Doddridge is going to be, let's see, Doddridge will have 1.64 million. That's a familiar number. Yeah, $1.64 million that it's going to be coming in March from the CARES funding. So I would just submit to you that it's daunting when we have our friends, people that I love and cherish and admire and respect, and who want to represent their counties, which I believe that they should. But as my friend from the 3rd mentioned, when you talk to some of the county commissioners, they do want stability in their budgetary process. And we have ongoing litigation because of the Supreme Court ruling that said that the tax department was collecting this money, part of the methodology being unconstitutional. We have clawback potential. So I would submit to the delegates who are the most affected in these gas-producing counties, if they go back and talk to their county commissioner, which would be more detrimental to their budget, a clawback of the money that they unconstitutionally collected, or to have stability going forward in their budgetary process when they're cushioned by this CARES money and ongoing oil and gas money. I've also, in my talks with the industry, collected that they intend to drop litigation and planned litigation going forward if we adopt this legislation. Now, contrary to popular opinion, it was not an easy process to get industry to agree to this compromise. So I would also say that the state tax department, on behalf of the counties, because they did advocate heavily for the counties, which I think they should, for the first time in history in this state, they told us we now have the technological capability, finally, to obey the Constitution and to value these wells at their true and actual. It's never been done. We've asked for years for that to be done. It's never been possible before, and they agreed to this compromise. So I would ask the members to please consider the representation of your counties. Yes, you should. But these oil and natural gas producing entities are in your counties as well. There's jobs dependent on it. We have chilled production that we could have seen because West Virginia is seen by the industry as being unfair in its tax valuation. We don't want that. We're on the cusp of potentially some wonderful things here. And I would submit to you as my last point that for the first time, we are truly capturing the value of liquids, NGLs, in this legislation, which was something that the state tax department was adamant on having included, and the industry really didn't want to. But we did, because that's fair on both sides. So I would also submit to my friend from the 3rd that historically in this state, we don't pay royalties on liquids. You almost never see it. Never. And that is a value that our mineral interest owners have just not seen. But we now have a method for capturing that, and we've included in the legislation that liquids can be assessed at their true value, and there could be royalties from it. So, having said all of that, Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Debate has been closed. For what purpose does Lady from the 41st seek recognition?
Again, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to request a Rule 49 today.
On the basis of being a mineral owner?
Mineral owner, as well as other natural resource properties. Yes.
Yes, it would be the same ruling of the chair. The lady would belong to a class of greater than 5 individuals similarly situated, and therefore would be directed to vote on the bill. The question now before the House, since debate is closed, is shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 66 ayes, 34 nays, and 0 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2581, providing for the valuation of natural resources property and an alternate method of appeal of proposed valuation of natural resources property.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2667 to create a cost-saving program for state buildings regarding energy efficiency.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman to the 16th, Doug Linville, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Committee substitute for House Bill 2667 creates a cost savings program for state buildings regarding energy efficiency. First, it requires the Division of Energy to establish a program to support energy savings contracts, and this program is to develop standardized contract templates, procedures, and manuals to assist other state agencies in saving energy. In addition, it is to reduce our energy usage by 25% from the 2020 levels by 2030. In addition, the division is authorized to enter into energy savings contracts to implement the program. And it is required to measure and benchmark energy usage and efficiency. The bill requires the use of a benchmarking tool called the Energy Star Portfolio Manager, which is operated by the United States EPA. And finally, the bill requires the division to audit metering devices for electricity and natural gas, which are installed at state buildings, to determine whether these devices are active or inactive. And if it is inactive, they are to have the device removed and the utility bills adjusted accordingly. There's a very, very low cost to the state. And in fact, from one of our fiscal notes, I would just like to read out to you that the cost savings potential for a completed audit and benchmark activity is 3 to 5% reduction of our total annual utility costs, and our rough estimate for that total cost to the state is $88 million annually. A conservative 3% of that savings would be $2 million annually, with an overall 5-year project cost of $300,000, or a 9-to-1 return on our investment. Mr. Speaker, that is a summary of the bill, and I do urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 97 ayes, 3 nays, and 0 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2667 to create a cost savings program for state buildings regarding energy efficiency.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2675 relating to the interest rate for condemnation cases and creating conformity with statutory rates.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman to the 35th to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, unanimous consent to move to the foot of bills on third reading.
Are there objections? There are no objections. The bill will be so moved. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2720 creating a merit-based personnel system with DOT.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from the 29th, Douglas Steele, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to permit the Department of Transportation to create a merit-based personnel system for all employees under its agency. This would include the Division of Highways, the DMV, the Aeronautics Commission, the State Rail Authority, and Public Transit into the Classification and Compensation Career Plan. The DOT will be able to easily implement its merit-based plan using the existing structure from the Division of Highways, which was exempted from the Division of Personnel in 2017. That is the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? The clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 86 ayes, 14 nays, and 0 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2720, creating a merit-based personnel system within DOT.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 2768, supplementing, amending, and increasing an existing item of appropriation from the State Road Fund to the Department of Transportation Division of Highways.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman of the 64th will explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this supplemental is to increase maintenance spending authority for the Division of Highways in the State Road Fund by $68,067,146. I urge passage.
Question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there are 99 ayes, 1 nay, and 0 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 2768, supplementing, amending, and increasing an existing item of appropriation from the State Road Fund to the Department of Transportation Division of Highways.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill take effect from passage.
The lady from the 49th moves that the bill be made effective from passage. Those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 99 ayes, 1 nay, and 0 members absent. 2/3 of members having voted in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2769, supplementing, amending, and increasing items of existing appropriation from the State Road Fund to the Department of Transportation Division of Motor Vehicles.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman of the 64th will explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this supplemental is to increase the spending authority of the current expense line under the DMV and the State Road Fund by $500,000. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will, yes, the gentleman of the first, Douglas McGeehan, is recognized.
Yeah, will the chair please yield for a question?
Yes.
So the way I'm reading this, we're taking money from the State Road Fund and providing it to the DMV?
The $500,000 is the equipment needed for the mainframe upgrade in fiscal year 22. And the DMV is funded out of the State Road Fund.
Okay, so we're taking money, though, from the State Road Fund, giving it to the DMV. Is that right?
It's just an increase in spending authority. They already have the cash.
Okay, so is it coming from the State Road Fund, though? Increasing that spending authority, they're going to increase the spending by drawing it from the State Road Fund, right?
That's correct.
Okay,
That's correct.
thanks.
Is there further debate on the bill? If not, the question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 90 ayes, 10 nays, and 0 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2769, supplementing, amending, and increasing items of existing appropriation from the State Road Fund to the Department of Transportation Division of Motor Vehicles.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill is effective from passage.
The lady from the 49th moves that committee substitute for House Bill 2769 be made effective from passage. Those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 96 ayes, 4 nays, and 0 members absent. 2/3 of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 2790, supplementing, amending, decreasing, and increasing items of existing appropriation to Division of Highways.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from the 64th to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2790 is a supplemental we see almost every year from the Division of Highways, commonly called the Realignment Bill. The purpose of this bill is to realign the spending authority of highways to better suit the needs of the division now that we know exactly how much debt service is needed for the bonds and what projects are ready to roll out, which ones need more time for planning, etc. The bill reduces the spending authority for debt service by $36 million, other federal aid programs by $10 million, and the Appalachian programs by $10 million. The bill then increases general operations by $53 million and interstate construction by $20 million. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 99 ayes, 1 nay, and 0 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 2790, supplementing, amending, decreasing, and increasing items of existing appropriation to Division of Highways.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill take effect from passage.
The question before the House is the motion that the bill be made effective from passage. Those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 99 ayes, 1 nay, and 0 members absent. 2/3 of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 2915, relating to public records management and preservation.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the lady from the 57th, Dr. Rowan, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill would increase certain additional fees charged by county clerks for recording documents. These are fees dedicated for certain county record preservation purposes and are currently an additional $1 fee for every document containing less than 10 pages filed for recording and an additional $1 fee for each additional 10 pages of document filed for recording. The bill would change the additional fees to be an additional $2 fee for every document containing less than 20 pages filed for recording and an additional $1 fee for each additional 10 pages of document filed for recording. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? The clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 80 ayes, 20 noes, and 0 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 2915, relating to public records management and preservation.
Are there amendments to the title?
Delegate Householder moves to amend the title.
The question before the House is the title amendment. Those in favor of adoption of the title amendment will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares the title amendment adopted. The title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill become effective July 1st, 2021.
The question is on the motion that the bill be made effective July the 1st, 2021. Those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? The clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 97 ayes, 3 nays, and 0 members absent. 2/3 of members having voted in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill effective July the 1st, 2021. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 3082, stabilizing funding sources for the DEP Division of Air Quality.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from the 48th, Douglas Riley, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill will help stabilize funding sources for the Division of Air Quality within the Department of Environmental Protection. Air quality in West Virginia has improved drastically over the years. Fees to support the programs are largely based on emissions. The decreasing emissions have resulted in a corresponding decreasing in revenues to support the continued work of the Division of Air Quality. This bill simply strikes a language which allows the transfer of excess funds to other accounts for other purposes. The bill also authorizes DEP to invest or reinvest funds in lawful investments for public funds. The investments will generate additional revenue to support the division's air operations. The bill adds language requiring unspent funds to remain in the accounts and not be transferred to the general revenue. Rather, they will continue to be used to support the ongoing mission of the Division of Air Quality. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? The gentleman at 29th, Douglas Steele.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes.
So under this bill, this special revenue account that they keep their money in, so rather than that money being swept back into general revenue or something like that, the DEP could keep that money and invest it for future use.
Correct.
So if we were to go in and do a sweep of special revenue accounts, if these funds were invested elsewhere, we wouldn't be able to sweep them.
Correct.
And so we would be hampering future legislators' ability to go in and take revenue that an agency may potentially not need because it's been invested elsewhere.
That could be part of the perception. The other part could be that we're also complying with the Air Quality Act of the federal government. They have to have sufficient funds in order to continue to maintain that program. And what this allows them to do is to keep the 2%, 3% money that they are invested. It allows them to keep the interest that they, from their investments, approximately $278,000 per the fiscal note.
So the federal money that they receive is conditioned upon them keeping this money and investing it?
Compliance with the Air Quality Act is that they have sufficient funds to operate the program long term. The concern is that we have improved air quality, so the emissions which help support that fund have decreased over the past 20 years. In such, they are receiving less fees from the decrease in the emissions to the air from industrial uses.
So we have cleaner air, and because we have cleaner air, they're issuing fewer fines, and because they're issuing fewer fines, the government needs to invest money?
Well, the money that they have that are currently there, they're investing to try to generate the interest to stabilize the fund so that they don't have to come back on industry or back on the citizens and or this legislature and request additional funds in the future to comply with the Clean Air Act.
Why? So what are they going to invest in?
They're going to invest in They're going to invest in the lawful investments of the state. Sorry, that's the words I was looking
The
for.
lawful investments of this, so it could be just about anything.
In the bonds. Bonds, I'm sorry.
In bonds.
Yes, correct.
What type of bonds?
That would be a question, I think, for the Investment Management Board.
So the Investment Management Board would manage these investments, or the DEP would?
It's the DEP's account. The Treasury manages it.
So the treasurer would manage the account and invest the money in accordance with state investment policy.
Correct.
So what if these were invested in long-term 20-year bonds and the DEP needed money immediately due to some sort of emergency? Would they be able to go and take these, but they wouldn't be able to sell those bonds at that point, would they?
I wouldn't know why not.
So they could sell them and sell them for a loss, potentially, if it was not in an advantageous time.
If it was not in an advantageous time. Or they could come ask the legislature for additional funds.
Okay.
Or we could lose primacy, which is really the concern in the intent of this bill.
Primacy?
Primacy to the U.S. EPA for air quality regulations.
You mean that we...
Primacy currently lies within the DEP.
Okay. So basically you're saying that if we don't give them extra money to invest because our air's too clean, then the federal government is going to step in and regulate over and above what we do, like talking about primacy. If we don't set up an investment account for them?
No, they already have the investment account. This allows those funds that are currently being invested to remain with the Department of Air or Division of Air Quality. They're currently investing funds right now.
So how would this coincide with our ability to do a sweep of agencies that are carrying too much money above their budget? Would we be able to sweep that, what's in the investment account, if they were carrying 2.5 times their budget?
No.
So we would be foreclosing the legislature's ability to take excess monies from an agency by doing this?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for answering the questions. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this bill. One of the things that I've dealt with in rulemaking review over the last several years of working with myself and the gentleman from the 15th is to painstakingly deal with these agencies on a regular basis that hide the ball on what kind of money they have. They hide the ball on where they're putting the money. They hide the ball on where the funds are to try and keep their bureaucracy powerful. And it's not to say that they actually need the money for one reason or another, but one of the sovereign responsibilities of this body is to make sure that the administrative branch of government, the executive branch of government, are kept in check. Part of that is through the power of the purse. One of the powers that you have in this legislature is to take money back from agencies and bring it back into general revenue to fulfill other needs that might be more important to the body, to fulfill other needs that might be out there across the state. By voting yes on this bill, you are keeping money with the DEP and giving them the ability to invest it and shelter it away from future legislators' ability to get at that money. And I could tell you, in dealing with countless and hundreds of agencies, how many of these agencies have hidden the amount of money that they have stored up, hundreds of thousands of dollars, from this legislature. I've watched it every month. I would encourage a no vote on this. This is going to hamper your ability to effectively administrate your state, and is just another move to hand over the power over the purse that this legislature controls. Don't hand over your sovereign ability. Thank you.
The gentleman from the 15th, Douglas Foster, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I wanted to speak against something. I'm opposed to this bill for two reasons. Number one, I've dealt with these type of general air quality permits in Kentucky and in West Virginia. In West Virginia, first of all, when I got the one in West Virginia, it was much more difficult working through the process. And in Kentucky, actually, since I'm under 100 people, they filled out the permit for me. I mean, their Division of Air Quality did the permit for me. And also, in West Virginia, we charge a fee for it. In Kentucky, we don't. I mean, they don't charge any fee for this permit. And that's the problem with this bill, is not only are we charging a fee for a permit that shouldn't be charged, that should be dealt with elsewise, but also now we're in this bill, we're taking that money and squirreling it away and making sure that there's no way that that special revenue could be swept. So I would definitely oppose this bill. I looked at amending it on second and couldn't find a way to fix it. So the effect of not being able to fix this bill on second, I would recommend just voting it down. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman of 51st, Douglas Hanson, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't remember exactly how many years ago it was, but this account was swept. The legislature did sweep this money from the Division of Air Quality. And what happened after it was swept is the federal government stepped in and forced us to undo the sweeping of that account, because that money, according to the federal government, needed to remain with the DEP to be used to enforce the Clean Air Act. Now, we know that the Division of Air Quality has a funding shortfall, as was explained by the person who explained the bill. We need to find a solution that allows the Division of Air Quality to properly regulate the sources of air emission in our state. We have fewer sources and they emit fewer emissions. We need a solution. This is a partial solution. It's not a full solution. But if we vote this bill down, what solutions are we left with? We're left with increasing the cost of doing business in West Virginia by increasing the permit fees in West Virginia. This is a bill that industry supports so that they could keep permit fees down and do business in West Virginia. That's what this bill is. So I'm going to be voting for this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there further debate on the bill? If not, the gentleman of 66, Douglas Espinoza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we discussed, my employer is regulated by the West Virginia DEP and is required to comply with all air quality regulations. Out of an abundance of caution, I would ask to be excused from voting.
Yes, under the set of facts relayed to the chair by the gentleman of 66, it would be the ruling of the chair that the gentleman does belong to a class of 5 or greater individuals, and therefore would be directed to vote on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speak to the bill, please.
Yes, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I stand in support of this legislation and thank the chairman and vice chairman of Energy for introducing this legislation. With all due respect to my good friends from the 29th and the 15th, we're really talking about a modest amount of revenue in this piece of legislation. And as our colleague from the 48th has pointed out, this is simply going to help ensure that we can retain primacy, regulating these regulations, and again, I think it's an opportunity to help ensure that we are able to maintain good air quality in West Virginia. I'm looking around just to make sure that's about all that I have to say. I'm waiting to see if a few folks are back here that asked me to speak for a moment, but and I think we're probably just about good. But anyway, I do support the bill and urge you to support the bill as well. Thank you.
Gentleman of the 48th, Douglas Riley, to close debate on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, often the gentleman and I from the 51st regularly disagree on a few aspects. And this one we actually do agree. And I respect the gentleman from the 29th and the gentleman from the 15th because it is a concern that we squirrel money away within this government. However, I don't see this as being one of those cases. I mean, we just came back within the past 2 weeks and upped the permit fee for horizontal drilling to $2,500. Had we had enough foresight to say, you know, let's take a portion of that, let's invest it, let's capture that interest, let's not impact businesses long term with this, and let's make sure that we don't have to continue to raise money on businesses and raise money on the people. And so for that reason, as well as primacy, which is a key issue, I stand in support of this bill and I ask you to vote green. Thank you.
Question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there are 74 ayes, 26 nays, and 0 members absent. Majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 3082, stabilizing funding sources for the DEP Division of Air Quality.
Are there amendments to the title?
Delegate Householder moves to amend the title.
The question before the House is the title amendment. Those in favor of adoption of the title amendment will please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares the title amendment adopted. The title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 3106 to change the hearing requirements for misdemeanors to 10 days.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from the 32nd, Delegate Fast, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A little change of pace. 3106, the purpose of this bill is to change the bond hearing requirement to any magistrate and to change it from 72 hours to 5 days. Specifically, the bill would increase the 72-hour bond hearing time frame up to 5 days. The bill will also allow any magistrate to hear the case. Finally, the subcommittee amendment also changes the bill as follows. First, it emphasizes that this only pertains to misdemeanor cases. Second, that if the court fails to hold the hearing contemplated by this section within 5 days, the court shall forthwith release the person from incarceration pursuant to a personal recognizance bond in an amount to be determined by the court, so long as the misdemeanor crime is not a crime defined in 61(2) of this code. Finally, if in the event that the individual is entitled to a personal recognizance bond pursuant to this subsection, the magistrate or the court shall transmit the personal recognizance bail order together with a jail release order to the facility where the individual is incarcerated without motion by the individual or his or her counsel. That is a summary, Mr. Speaker. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 98 ayes, 2 nays, and 0 members absent. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 3106 to change the hearing requirement for misdemeanor to 10 days.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 3298, making a supplemental appropriation to the Department of Commerce, Department of Education, Senior Services, and Civil Contingent Fund.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from the 64th to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this supplemental is to decrease the appropriation for local economic development assistance in the Development Office by $1,750,000. Current expenses in the Department of Education by $750,000, and current expenses in the Bureau of Senior Services by $500,000, and then increase the appropriation for local economic development assistance in the Governor's Office Civil Contingent Fund by $3 million. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Yes, the gentleman from the first delegate, McGinn, is recognized.
Yeah, will the chair please?
Yes.
So we're decreasing, so we're taking from the Department of Education and giving and boosting the local economic development assistance fund under the Department of Commerce along with the contingency fund in the governor's office?
Sort of. We're taking those three that I described and moving them into the governor's civil contingency fund, and what they are discretionary grants is what they are.
And how much is going into the
$3 million.
$3 million?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Is there further debate on the bill? If not, the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there are 96 ayes, 4 nays, and 0 members absent. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 3298, making a supplemental appropriation to Department of Commerce, Department of Education, Senior Services, and Civil Contingent Fund.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill take effect from passage.
The question is on the motion that the bill be made effective from passage. Those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 97 ayes, 3 nays, and 0 members absent. 2/3 of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 3304, authorizing the Division of Corrections and Rehabilitation to establish a reentry and transitional housing program.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from the 35th to explain the bill.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill before you establishes a program of reentry and transitional services for inmates nearing the end of their sentence. This is a program that's similar to how our brothers and sisters on the federal level deal with corrections. It includes assistance with academic education, social skills, education, self-discipline programs, substance abuse treatment, employment, vocational education, and counseling. The primary benefits of reentry and transitional services are, number one, reentry and transitional housing. It aids reentry from incarceration into the community with a transitional environment for offenders nearing the end of their sentences. 2, it provides the state of West Virginia cost savings. It will generate at least 25 or greater decrease in overall costs of imprisonment for the final 6 months of an offender's sentence. 3, transitional environment for the offender. It improves the jail overcrowding problems in West Virginia in addition to the costs mentioned above. And 4, job creation and business development opportunity. The business development for reentry and transitional service providers, work programs, and positions for workers in these programs. This provides that the commissioner may authorize and establish a reentry and transitional services program at or near, again, the offender's sentence term in a designated reentry and transitional housing facility. One may not participate if they, they would be required, if they refuse to participate in the offender's financial responsibility program, or if they have unresolved pending charges, if they're serving a sentence of 6 months or less, if the participant or the applicant refuses to participate in institution release preparation programs, the current offense or behavioral history poses a significant risk of harm to the community, or the admission and release status or pretrial and holdover situation. Mr. Speaker, this is an attempt to promote better criminal justice in the state of West Virginia. That's a summarization of the bill, and I'm happy to take questions.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? The gentleman of the 45th, Delegate Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman please yield?
Yes.
Thank you. I just have a quick question. I'd like to know who will be running these programs. Is it the state or is it individuals who want to do the program?
So generally, the way that this works on a federal level is that the prisons or corrections will contract with a private provider, whether they are a substance abuse, whether they specialize in substance abuse. Some of them are faith-based, so it would be on the department to contract with those. We have work release programs that are active in the state of West Virginia right now, but this provides that more people that are coming into society will qualify for those programs that are existing today.
So this will permit faith-based programs to be used?
It will. What? I didn't catch the first part.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
I didn't catch that. I'm sorry. Could you repeat the question?
It will permit faith-based programs to be used?
Absolutely.
Wonderful. And can you tell me, is there any limitation on where these locations can be placed? Is it allowed to be right beside of a school? Things like that?
Well, there are no limitations, but the Department of Corrections would have to make rules that would dictate where these would be. But again, like I said, so these are in existence already for work release in West Virginia under the Department of Corrections. But again, we're providing more opportunities for more inmates that are in the system to get into these programs and on their feet quicker.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman of 16th, Douglas Hornbuckle, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman please yield?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Within this bill, are there any support services for the family of the incarcerated?
I think, I don't know that this bill specifically speaks to that, but I know the work release programs that are ongoing in the state of West Virginia provide those services.
They do provide those services to the family?
Yes.
And once they have been released from incarceration as well?
That's right. Continuing services, sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Is there further debate on the bill? Does the gentleman wish to close debate? If not, the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 98 ayes, 1 nay, and 1 member absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 3304, authorizing the Division of Corrections and Rehabilitation to establish a reentry and transitional housing program.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee Substitute for House Bill 2675, relating to the interest rate for condemnation cases and creating conformity with statutory rates.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman of the 35th to explain the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of the bill is to conform the judgment interest paid in condemnation cases to the interest paid on all other civil judgments and decrees. It deletes the current statutory 10% interest awarded in eminent domain cases and implements the interest provisions for a judgment or decree by every year. The Administrative Office of the Supreme Court of Appeals of West Virginia has set the interest rate at 4% for judgments and decrees entered during the 2021 year. Mr. Speaker, that's a summarization of the bill. I'm happy to take questions.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? The gentleman from the 43rd, Delegate Nestor, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman from the 35th please yield?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. A couple quick questions about 2675. It deals with the concept of eminent domain. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I believe that the stated intention of this bill is to somehow bring the amount of interest paid on judgments relating to eminent domain proceedings in line with what would be paid in other civil judgment type proceedings. Is that correct?
That's precisely the purpose of the bill.
All right. First question would be, presently, if this bill were not enacted, would the current law pay a landowner in West Virginia 10% upon payment of the value of the property into the court together with an application to the circuit court in the county where the land is situated?
If it, pardon me, did you say if it was or was not adopted? If it was not adopted, how much would they pay? If this was not passed?
Yes, sir. Current law.
4%.
Current law is not 10%, sir?
Oh, excuse me, from the administrative. It is 10%, excuse me. I was...
Okay. And this bill, it's tied into whatever the prime rate is, plus 2%, which is established on January 2nd of each fiscal year. Would that be accurate?
Correct.
And so as of today, if there was an eminent domain proceeding, there would be a maximum of 4.75% paid to a West Virginia landowner that was subject to a condemnation proceeding. Would that be accurate?
It's accurate.
Okay, great. And this bill, if it's passed, it caps the maximum amount of interest that a West Virginia landowner would receive at 9%. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Well, permission to speak to the bill, Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, gentleman is recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen, this particular bill, 2675, relates to eminent domain proceedings. And I would venture to say that most of you are familiar with what an eminent domain proceeding is, but it's basically, it's not basically, it is a governmental taking of private property for public use. Now, I would consider that, as many of you probably would consider that, an inequitable proceeding to begin with. You're basically getting your property taken from you, notwithstanding whether you've had it in your family for 5 generations or whatever, and the state unilaterally determines how much that property is worth. And 2675 lays out the roadmap of how that works, and I'm going to explain that to you in brevity. Essentially, the state, or in this particular bill, and this isn't being altered or amended by the bill, but as set forth in 2675, businesses can also, if they're authorized by the state, come take private property for public use. And how that works is that either that business or the state, it comes to the court system, wherever the circuit court, wherever the county where the property is located, and they pay into the court system upon application the amount that they feel unilaterally your property's worth. And at that point, they're obligated to pay, under current law, 10% until there's a resolution of any dispute that you might have with them. So if you don't have a dispute, it goes in there. When title work's done, then that property that the state comes and gets, that now belongs to the state. But the minute that they decide that they're going to file an application and pay the monies that they think your property's worth into the court, upon that application, that property's there. It's titled to them. So keeping this in mind, some, like I said, would have already considered that an inequitable proceeding. But at some point, what I'd like to suggest is that this is, in my opinion, and this is the perspective that I want everyone to have, is this is this is a West Virginia landowner's bill as much as it is anything else. Because what it does is it effectively diminishes the rights of West Virginia property owners in the context of eminent domain proceedings, because you're never going to get more than 10%, okay? You're never going to get more than 9% under this bill, and right now you would get 10%. And so it does a number of things, one of which I think is incredibly important. It de-incentivizes the state to come to the property owner of a West Virginian and come to the table with what's a fair and reasonable offer to begin with. Okay, that's the first issue. The second issue is that let's say that you as a West Virginia property owner don't agree with the amount that the state or business thinks your property's worth. Well, guess what? Now most people don't budget for an attorney, and so now they're tied up in a sophisticated proceeding, and the state is only obligated to pay that landowner, in this case, right now, in the current state of affairs, 4.75%. Whereas if the bill didn't pass, they'd be obligated to pay 10% to that property owner. So I think, this is just my opinion on the bill and a perspective I'd like this body to have, is that when we vote on this bill, are we going to vote for West Virginia property owners, their rights? Are we going to vote for them? And when some public agency, the state, comes and takes your property, pays into the court, are we going to pay them? Are we going to strengthen their rights and keep it at 10%? Because I'll submit to you that this isn't like a proceeding where two people have a grievance and they go to a court and they say, hey, let's work it out and let an independent tribunal decide, and let's get it, and then the decision's made and you're given some post-judgment interest of 4.75%. Like I said, this is something where you don't have any fault at all, and the state's coming to take something that belongs to you. They're claiming this is just compensation, and if you disagree, you can go to court and you can fight that. And if you prevail, if you're right, and the court and a jury of your peers says, hey, landowner, you're right, and they have to pay you this amount of money, guess what? Under this bill, you're getting less than half of what you've gotten if we didn't pass this bill. So I think this is a West Virginia this is a West Virginia landowners bill is more than it is anything else. And I want to stand today and protect the West Virginia landowner. I want to hit the green button, and I want to, I want to hit the red button. The red button is for West Virginia landowners. It's for protecting those people that elected us, to protect them and serve them. And the green button is for overreaching government and basically empowering the government's leverage in what's already an equitable proceeding. So I urge the red button, and I thank you for listening to me today. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 45th, Doug Martin, is recognized.
Will the gentleman please yield for a question?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I'm not very knowledgeable on this subject, but I was wondering on this bill, will this in any way help with the completion of Corridor H?
It is possible.
Great. Thank you very much. That's all I wanted to know.
The gentleman from the 3rd, Doug Fluharty, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, continue to yield.
Yes.
All right, I want to touch on the process here, and the gentleman from 43rd did a great job of kind of laying it out. So we're talking about an eminent domain action, right?
Correct.
So this is when the states come and basically take your property as a landowner.
Not just the state, but yeah.
In general, okay.
Sure.
So how this works is the state, whomever else is coming, they give you a number, right? Say, we believe your property's worth X. Is that how it starts out?
I believe so.
Okay, so then that could be contested. It could be a low ball number. So if I tell you your property's worth $100,000, you say, no, it's worth $200,000. So then we go into court. The person who comes and says, I want your property, they pay into court what they believe it's worth. So that $100,000, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you then contest it, go through litigation, could take years. And say it comes back at $200,000 after a jury verdict, for example, okay? That money that's left, that $100,000, that's what is currently paid at a 10% interest rate, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so this bill is taking it from 10% to 4.75, correct?
That's what this bill's doing.
Okay, so under that, how much money would that person lose?
I'm a history major.
Okay, roughly, I believe if we had three, for example, if we had one that was 100,000, say the verdict was 150,000. Right now, currently, you're getting it takes 3 years at 10% interest, so $15,000 gets paid to the landowner. Under this bill, under three years at 4.75, that goes down to $7,125. So we're effectively more than cutting in half what the landowner would receive after their property is taken from them. There's been 3 years of litigation. Is that correct?
If I were to stipulate your facts, I believe that's correct.
Okay. So thank you for yielding. I'm going to join the gentleman from the 43rd and comment on Corridor H. If you want to go back to all the counties impacted with Corridor H and tell those landowners the government's coming to steal your property at a discount and you vote in favor of it, whew, that's not going to go over well. I mean, this is a DOT bill. I don't think anybody here really brought this bill forward. So I'll be voting with landowners and property owners. We're giving away tax breaks to everybody under the sun this session. And then today we're going to vote to steal your property at a discount. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. I think everybody should join me in opposing this bill. Shoot it down. Don't go back home. We have so many projects, these roads of prosperity, Corridor H, everything else going on. The government's coming for your property. So we shouldn't endorse them coming for your property at a discount. It's ridiculous. Vote no. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 53rd, Doug Jennings, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
The one thing that my gentleman to my right here spoke about, that a individual could also work on condemnation through the state on other people's property, like a developer or something. Is that true?
Yes, in certain cases.
Well, being a Republican, I have seen this over the years, and I cannot believe as a Republican that we would absolutely go for a contractor, because they've done this in other states. They've condemned property because the city council thought that they would get a bigger tax base by fixing up the property, so they condemned property and took it away from individuals, but never to have it come to fruition. but the people still lost their property. And absolutely, I am not for any way helping out condemnation of other people's property if they own it. And I'll vote no. Thank you.
Is there further debate on the bill? If not, the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there are nine ayes, 90 nays, one member absent. Less than a majority in the affirmative. Chair declares that bill lost. Clerk, are there further bills on third reading? If not, bills on second reading.
Yeah, right here.
Bills or resolutions, the chair should say.
Committee substitute for House Joint Resolution 3, Property Tax Modernization Amendment.
Are there objections to having this resolution explained? Pardon the chair. Are there amendments?
Delegate Capito moves to amend the bill on page 2, line 13. This is HFA Capito 3-29, number 1.
Are there objections to having this amendment explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from the 35th to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While technically not technical, it is a small typographical error that we're correcting with this amendment. I urge adoption.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. Is there debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there further amendments?
Delegates Fluharty and Scaff move to amend the bill. This is HFA Fluharty and Scaff 3-30.
Are there objections to having this amendment explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from the third to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Great job killing that bill, everybody, by the way. This amendment, it's a simple one. You know, the people are going to be making this decision when they go in to vote, and I'd like for them to have some skin in the game and know they're going to get something in return. And if we're going to talk about taxes and eliminating taxes, I can think of none other than eliminating the car tax. I think everybody would agree with that. So I want to have the people represented in HJR 3, and not just the business community, which they deserve representation as well, but the voters are going to be making a decision, and they need to have some skin in the game and know there's something in it for them. So what my amendment does is simply adds the personal property tax on motor vehicles to HJR 3, and it's really straightforward. I think it's simple and deserves support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve the right to close and ask for yeas and nays.
The question is on adoption of the amendment just explained. Is there debate on the amendment? The gentleman of the 35th, Delegate Capito.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I agree with my friend from the third and intend to support the amendment. I think it's a good one.
The gentleman of the 22nd, Delegate Jeffries, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm also going to rise in support of this amendment. I think this amendment is going to give us a better option of actually getting this passed when the voters see it on their ballot. A lot of times the voters think that all we do is help the businesses up here, and sometimes that may be true, but I think that working on repealing the motor vehicle tax would definitely help get this passed. That way we can help the people of this state and the businesses of this state. Thank you.
Is there further debate on the amendment? Gentleman did reserve the right to close. Roll call vote was demanded. Is the demand sustained? Demand is sustained. The question is on the adoption of the amendment. Those in favor of adoption of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 98 ayes, 0 nays, and 2 members absent. Majority of members voting in the affirmative. Chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, the resolution will be advanced to third reading. Next item on second reading.
Which one? Committee substitute for House Bill 2017, rewriting the criminal code.
Are there amendments?
Delegate Capito moves to amend the bill. This is HFA Capito 3-30, number 1.
Are there amendments to the amendment?
Delegate Garcia moves to amend the bill. This is moves to amend the amendment. This is HFA Garcia 3-30.
Does the gentleman from the 50th wish to explain the secondary amendment?
Yes.
Are there objections? Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So my amendment to the amendment, so we're talking about a 400-page rewrite of the criminal code. And one of the main issues is a change from our current system of indeterminate sentences to a system where a judge has a range of options and gets to choose exactly what sentence will be handed down at the penalty stage. And first of all, I want to give a lot of praise to the working group that worked on this, the delegates. I mean, this is a massive haul. And there's been a lot of good work. There's been a lot of rewriting of different code sections, of outdated code sections, of trying to get things consistent. And I also appreciate the fact that we're debating this bill today and tomorrow. You know, this is very important. So, you know, I asked the gentleman from the 29th about, you know, this amendment, and let me explain very quickly an example of what it would do. So, this bill provides for a number of classes for felonies, okay? And for those classes, I'll start from a class 1. An individual can be sentenced to life with mercy to life without mercy. For class 2 felonies, somebody can be sentenced from a minimum of 15 years to a maximum of 60 years. And then it goes class 3, 5 to 30 years, 4 is 3 to 15 years, 5 is 2 to 10 years, and 6 is 1 to 5. So the way things currently work in the criminal justice system is, and I'm going to use a class 6 felony under this bill. You have a minimum of 1 year and a maximum of 5, but that's an indeterminate sentence. So the judge doesn't actually say, I'm going to choose 5, I'm going to choose 1, I'm going to choose something in between. So what the judge says is, you get a 1 to 5. And so the individual that is incarcerated, after 1 year, they are parole eligible. And they can serve a maximum of 5 years incarcerated. And so the thing about that, and the way that this changes with a determinative sentence, is you become parole eligible after you've served 25% of your sentence. And so in this instance, if somebody has a 5-year sentence, a determinative sentence, then instead of being parole eligible after a year, they're not going to be parole eligible until a year and 3 months. And the thing that we found with this bill, when you look through it, is there is an increase for 200 felony crimes for the possibility, or for the parole eligibility date or the maximum sentence. And so there's a number of things that this takes a very huge step from a policy standpoint. You know, so basically the bill does two things. It provides for indeterminate sentences, which is what we use now. And also there's a section 6117(6), which looks at aggravating and mitigating circumstances, because if the judge doesn't have to make a decision about where in this range they're going to provide a sentence, then that really doesn't apply. So that's the amendment. I ask for the right to close and ask for the yeas and nays.
The question is on the amendment just explained. The gentleman of the 29th, Douglas Steele.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, one of the things with this bill is it is a scheme of moving from predominantly indeterminate sentences to determinate sentences. Why would we do that? Determinate sentences go back to something called truth in sentencing. So if an individual is convicted of a malicious wounding, let's take that one. Right now they get 2 to 10 years in prison, okay, if they go to prison. They could still get probation. That doesn't change under this bill. Probation, alternative sentencing, all stays the same. But you get a 2 to 10 right now for malicious wounding. So let's talk about varying types of malicious wounding you could have. Maybe, you're out at a bar and an individual smashes a beer bottle over the bar and gets in a fight and stabs the other fellow with the beer bottle, okay? That's a malicious wounding. Let's give you another example. Let's say that you are, somebody's out in a fight somewhere, beats the person's laying there on the ground unconscious, and they go back to their truck and grab a bullwhip and start whipping them near to death. But they don't die. That's a malicious wounding. Should the penalty for both be the same? Maybe you feel they should, maybe you feel they shouldn't. Maybe the trier of fact listens to that. Maybe the judge listens to that and here's that case and here's the aggravating and mitigating circumstances and determines that the person that went it and got the bullwhip should get 10 years versus the person who got in an outright fight, maybe they get 2 years, okay? That's what determinate sentencing gives you the capability of doing. And to correct something that the gentleman said, we do not have all indeterminate sentences in West Virginia. Actually, some of your higher end violent crimes are already using determinate sentencing. Determinate sentencing is utilized for first degree robbery. Determinate sentencing is utilized for second degree murder. Determinate sentencing is utilized for voluntary manslaughter. Determinate sentencing is utilized for fraud with an access device. There are a great many number of crimes in West Virginia that already utilize determinate sentencing. What the public doesn't clearly understand is that when somebody reads a news story about this malicious wounding and they hear they got up to 10 years in prison and then they see them out on the street the next day, that is what the public doesn't understand, that person got a 2 to 10, which almost no one would ever serve the 10-year sentence. What this does is it puts the judge in a place of evaluating the characteristics of the individual before them in a way that we've never really done before. And it's something that a lot of other states have moved to under a truth in sentencing type of movement, in which the judge is looking at aggravating circumstances. Was there alcohol involved? Was there violence on the part of the victim that contributed to the act? What is the person's education? What is their age? What is their occupation? Do they have the ability to support themselves? Do they support themselves? Do they support their family? This, that, and the other. And that gives the judge the capability of handing to the defendant, as well as a viewing public, the knowledge of why this person was sentenced to what they were sentenced to. Now, it's also important to remember that Chapter 62 under this bill did not change. So your rules regarding parole eligibility, your rules regarding whether or not probation can be imposed, everything under the Justice Reinvestment Act, alternative sentencing, home incarceration, home confinement, none of that changes under this bill. None of that changes under this bill. So it's interesting that the gentleman would point out the Class 6 felony. The Class 6 felony, by and large, is applied to nonviolent property crime. Nonviolent property crime under $25,000. So when we talk about that, $2,500 to $25,000 being a nonviolent property crime, that is your typical Class 6 under this bill, 1 to 5 years. Do you feel that someone that steals something worth $2,501 of value should have the same sentence as someone at $24,999 in value? Maybe there's different circumstances that led to that same theft. But under an indeterminate system, that person is going to get the same exact sentence as the person that stole 10 times as much. Is that just? That's a question the body's got to answer for itself. What is the moral, ethical sentence disparity between those two crimes? That's something that we call upon judges to answer. What this bill does through a determinate sentencing method is it gives that judge the capability to utilize the PSR. That doesn't change. It's the same PSR you're already using. I say PSR, pre-sentence investigation report. To look at those aggravating and mitigating circumstances, to look at the facts and circumstances surrounding the crime, and hand an individualized sentence to this individual. I would submit to you that you need to reject this amendment, or else just reject the bill. The whole bill is premised on determinate sentencing. If you change that back to indeterminate sentencing, not only, and by my reading of this, you're potentially turning determinate sentences under West Virginia law as they exist today, such as first-degree robbery and so forth, you're converting those back to indeterminate sentences by adopting this amendment. The way I read it, in where it strikes out language and puts determinate rather than indeterminate, you would have to go through nearly every section of code in this bill to switch some of them back to determinate, like we talked about with voluntary manslaughter, first-degree robbery, and so forth, that are already determinate. So for those reasons, I would ask you to reject the amendment, and thank you.
Is there further debate on the secondary amendment? If not, the gentleman from the 50th to close debate on the secondary amendment.
I appreciate the gentleman from the 29th making sure that my words were clear, and it's absolutely the truth that we do have some determinative sentences right now in different crimes that we have. And the reason is, over the long period of time, it's based on practice and I guess what's just happened. We found crimes that may make sense with. But overarching in our system is a system of indeterminate sentences. So there's a couple reasons why this is important. The first one is uniformity. So this policy decision, and I think there are good arguments on both sides for determinate versus indeterminate, okay? I think there's reasonable arguments that can be made. But uniformity across the state of West Virginia, right now, if you commit a crime in Mercer County versus committing a crime in Brooke County, you have an indeterminate sentence. It's not up to that judge. If you have a judge that thinks everybody should get the max versus a judge that thinks everybody should get the minimum. If you commit a crime in different parts of West Virginia, you're going to be treated equally or with equity. I think that's important. The second is, and we've heard from in the Committee on the Judiciary from prosecutors about the idea of predictability. One of the things about determinative sentences how it would affect the current practice of prosecuting people is it would take away that predictability. That's what we heard. The fact is, right now, if you have a prosecutor that's working with witnesses and trying to tell somebody who's been a victim of a crime, and the victim asks, well, what can you expect is going to happen? They don't have the opportunity to really tell that victim with any certainty with determinative sentences what's going to happen if they get that conviction. It's, okay, we have to convict first, and then after that, we'll see what the judge says. Right now, what they can do is they can say, you know what, we need to get this conviction, and if we do, I can promise you that at least, this person's at least going to serve the minimum that we have here. I didn't change the numbers. And that possibly they'll serve the maximum. And that also leads to potential cooperation with when there are plea agreements, which I think a lot of you know, these cases don't all just go to trial. And one of the things that this will do is push more cases to go to trial because there's a lot less to lose. People don't know what's going to happen. If a defendant is looking at whether or not they're going to accept a plea, you know, if they don't have any certainty about what they're facing otherwise, that's going to, I think, hinder that decision and allow more people to roll the dice. It's more work for prosecutors and the potential to have less successful outcomes for victims who deserve justice. So, and you know, lastly, I would say, you know, justice reinvestment, you know, that the laws that we've passed, the laws that we've worked for criminal justice reform, you know, there's one thing that's not correct, and that is determinative sentences and the way that this bill will affect it now, it will increase the amount of time before people can go and be eligible for parole. And we've worked on a lot of things with reentry. We've worked on a number of things of trying to get people hooked up with their driver's license, with a home plan, some good pieces of legislation this year. And this is going to increase county jail bills. It's absolutely going to do that. It's going to increase the cost of incarceration and potentially increase or require that we build a new prison. So, you know, there's a phrase that some of my friends and I joked about when we were growing up, and we said, we're going nowhere fast. And I think this is a bill that has the potential to go somewhere. I think that the classifying these different types of crimes, organizing them, the cleanup, this is good, but we're not there yet. And so with my amendment, it allows us to stay with the current system for most crimes, while what I would suggest happens, that we have a sentencing commission in the state of West Virginia that was tasked last year to look at issues like this. So they have a great product. And honestly, this is the only way I believe this bill is actually going to run over in the Senate. This is an amendment to potentially save this piece of legislation so that it can pass in some form, and that we can look at this issue harder and look at each individual crime about whether or not it should be determinate or indeterminate. But until then, we have more potential to screw things up for the system than we do to make it better. And so therefore, I urge adoption of my amendment.
The gentleman did demand a roll call vote on the amendment. Is the demand sustained? The demand is sustained. The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. The secondary amendment. Those in favor of adoption of the secondary amendment will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 24 ayes, 74 nays, and 2 members absent, less than a majority in the affirmative. The chair declares that secondary amendment lost. Are there further secondary amendments?
Delegate Pushkin moves to amend the amendment. This is HFA Pushkin 3-30.
Does the gentleman from 37th wish to explain the secondary amendment?
Yes,
Are there
thank you,
objections? The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to commend the chair of government organization and staff and the working group that met many times over the summer to work on this huge endeavor, 400-page bill, complete rewriting of the criminal code. And so I wanted to give the body an opportunity while we're rewriting the criminal code to simply, and this is what the amendment does, I can say it very succinctly and simply, it removes the criminal penalty for possession of 1 ounce or less of cannabis for adults 21 years of age or older. That's all it does. I'm here for questions, and I reserve the right to close and ask for the yeas and nays.
Question is on the secondary amendment. Gentleman the 29th, Doug Steele.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Do you have the amendment up in front of you?
Yes.
Okay, at line 13, the word misdemeanor, comma, and is subject to a fine not to exceed $500. Would the gentleman be open to reform that to say guilty of a petty offense? Because petty offense is defined elsewhere in the bill as a fine of only $500, not to exceed $500.
Yes.
Okay. Would the gentleman make the...
ask unanimous consent to reform the amendment.
The gentleman's asked unanimous consent to reform the amendment as explained by the gentleman, I believe, from the 29th.
Yes.
Is there objection to the reformation? If not, the clerk will note the reformation. Question now before the House is on the reformed secondary amendment. Is there debate? Gentleman the 29th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Folks, this is probably one of the more beneficial exercises of us going through 400 pages of the criminal code. What I hoped and what the working group hoped to spark was debate among the body about the moral implications of our criminal code, whether that be a violent crime, whether that be a property crime, or in this instance, whether it be a crime of substance. What the gentleman's amendment does, and I want to explain this to the body so hopefully you will understand something. This is not a legalization of marijuana. This is a decriminalization. I very painfully last week sat at home and watched my bill 2694 that I was lead sponsor of come to the floor for a vote, and I screamed at the television like it was a Super Bowl. I promise you. 2694 was the Second Amendment Preservation Act. And if you look at what we took care of in the Second Amendment Preservation Act, what we basically said was, if the federal government wants to enforce their federal laws, let them enforce them. Don't take our police officers to do it. That is essentially what the gentleman's amendment does. If the federal government wants to get down in the weeds and start working on a half an ounce of marijuana, let them do it. Let them do it. I completely agree with that. This does not change the fact that marijuana is illegal in West Virginia. What it does is it stops us from taking our law enforcement and spending hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars to enforce something that nobody goes to jail on, that nobody goes to, people get probation, people get a fine, and this and that and the other, and we keep repeatedly processing people through the system over really tiny amounts of marijuana. Let me tell you what the amendment doesn't do. It is still a felony to sell marijuana with this amendment. If you go about selling marijuana, even at 15 grams, notice in here he had 15 grams, you sell marijuana in this state, even a drop of it, outside of the medical marijuana system that we can't seem to get working, you're still committing a felony, okay? You're still committing a felony. If you transfer it, not just sell, but transfer marijuana, still a felony. You grow marijuana outside of our medical cannabis system that we can't seem to get working, still a felony. What this does is it frees up your police force to start dealing with real crime, the violent crime. That was what this working group sought to accomplish. I've seen criticism come through by email that we are increasing the penalty for a lot of things. You're daggone right. We're increasing it for sex trafficking minors. We're increasing it for a lot of heinous and violent crime. The mantra that me and John and Joe and Nathan and David had throughout this whole thing was who you're afraid of and who you're mad at. Who you're afraid of is who you put in prison. And by golly, this bill puts them down for a long time, depending on what they did. On the other end of it, who you mad at? Are you mad at some chump with a nickel bag of weed? Yeah, you're just getting mad at him. But we're clogging up our system dealing with that guy so much that we're not taking care of that really scary guy that is trafficking kids in sex slavery. If you don't think slavery is happening in America today, you're dead wrong. The scariest thing that I learned throughout this whole process was that West Virginia is a hotbed for human trafficking. We had a great senator that built a lot of nice roads through here over the last 70 years. And it went right through a rural place where things can be hidden. Things are hidden. And part of what's getting hidden here right now is human trafficking. So yes, this bill got a lot stronger on that. In order to do that, we got to focus our resources. And to me, the gentleman's amendment, while it's not one that I personally came up with, I want you to understand, if you vote yes on this, you're not legalizing marijuana. You're not doing it. The only thing you're doing is the same thing you did in 2694, which is say, if the federal government is so daggone interested in this, let them do it. We're going to focus on something else. Feds can go still pop some guy with a nickel bag of weed. Let them do it. Why are we wasting our resources? Here, I think this helps the bill. This does not legalize marijuana. All this does is refocus our efforts on things that matter. So I do support this amendment, and I would urge the body to do the same. I believe it helps the bill.
The gentleman from the 53rd, Delegate Jennings, is recognized.
As you all might know, I'm steadfast against anything that lets up on marijuana. And this is the reason why. It's our kids. And if we send the perception to our kids that it's okay to have a nickel bag of marijuana in your pocket because you're not going to be arrested, guess what they're going to do? They're going to have a nickel bag of marijuana. The next thing you're going to hear is marijuana is not a gateway drug. Well, I've been a paramedic for 25 years. I've been an EMT for 35 years. I don't know which came first, the heroin or the marijuana, but they were always both there. The paraphernalia was always there, so I don't know which one. But anything we do to lessen, and so kids can see that we all say it's okay to get high, guess what they're going to do? They're going to get high. And the more we push these things, the worse our economy. We already do not have a good workforce because we have so many people that are addicted to these opioids. And this is just opening up the gates for more of it. And we need to worry about getting our workforce, making sure our kids know that we don't accept this, we don't appreciate this, and we've got to stop it. And I hope that you will vote this down. Thank you.
The gentleman from the first, Doug McGeehan, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support the gentleman's amendment. I think sometimes it's forgotten in this body that there's a difference between legality or decriminalization, as this amendment would do, and morality. And we need to understand that this body is not responsible, per se, for teaching the rest of our society through the laws what morality actually is. There's a certain role for the state, and it should be a very limited role. And that's reinforced by some of the most conservative Christian thinkers going back through history, from Augustine all the way through Thomas Aquinas, who said that we must tolerate things that in society we consider to be immoral, and that are immoral sometimes. Because otherwise you cannot have civilized society continue on, simply because you're conflating the two. Because you'll have to regulate everything that's immoral. And that's simply impossible. And so at the end of the day, I've always come to the conclusion that to continually push prohibition against some of these substances, like cannabis here, you have to be willing to throw young kids into prison. And if you're not willing to do that, like I'm not, then I would suggest you probably should agree with the gentleman's amendment. People are not being thrown in prison right now for these small little possessions of this cannabis or marijuana. I've never done it, by the way. Okay? People are not being thrown in prison right now. So what does that teach our young folks in society about the law? It debases the law because it's not being enforced. It's teaching people it's against the law, but we're not going to enforce it. And so we've seen that not just in this segment of the law, but in many other categories of the law. Where we pass a law, we don't enforce it, segments of the population break those laws continually. And what do you think the perspective is against the rule of law? It debases the rule of law. So I totally support the gentleman's amendment. It's very reasonable, by the way, and I hope you do too.
The gentleman with 32nd, Doug Fast, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Decriminalization is not the same as legalization. Baloney. Baloney. That's comparing apples and oranges. Just because the federal law has a system doesn't mean that the state of West Virginia doesn't have a system. If you want to take that approach, then just get rid of the entire West Virginia criminal code, period. Then just let the feds say, well, the feds have a law. Who am I mad at? Or who do I want to punish? I'm mad and I want to punish the person who has that nickel bag of weed and gets behind the wheel and takes someone out. A couple of years ago, the gentleman from 37th stated in judiciary that marijuana is a mind-altering substance. It is a mind-altering substance. I'm mad at the person who has that nickel bag of weed who gets on a bulldozer and causes harm to someone or someone who's operating machinery. Marijuana is a regulated substance for a reason. It's a Schedule I substance for a reason. Why is that? Because it is a mind-altering substance, and it is addictive. We had a medical doctor in judiciary, it was last year, a year before last. I asked that specific question, is it addictive? And the answer was yes. And I've said it before, and I'll say it again. The very first graduate from the Fayette County Drug Court program stated, and I have the newspaper article on my desk back home, started with marijuana, and it went from there. So I don't know what this obsession is to get marijuana passed in this state. And you say, oh, well, it's going to come, it's coming. Well, if everyone is going to jump off the New River Gorge Bridge in Fayette County, you want to jump as well? No. So the best thing to do, let's pass the bill without legalizing marijuana or decriminalizing it, whatever you want to call it. But let's hold the line on this. We are the gatekeepers. It's regulated for a reason. Don't just give in. Don't give in to popular demand. We're here for a reason. We're here for such a time as this. I urge rejection of this amendment.
Is there additional debate on the secondary amendment? The gentleman at 39th, Douglas Farrell, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to speak to the amendment. As I would support my colleague there from Fayette County in this, I can tell you as an educator, across the years, there's just multiple times that we've had young people bring them in, catch them at school with a small amount of marijuana, bring them into the principal's office, and that principal's trying to explain this is wrong. This is going to hurt you, and you're looking for any high ground you have to explain to that teenager that this is not acceptable. And if we take as a body today and you push the green button on this amendment to rationalize the okay of marijuana in a small amount as an adult, these teenagers are going to look, oh, okay, West Virginia legislature, don't think for a minute they're not going to pick up the news headlines, and don't think for a minute the media is not going to pick up on what you do today. As a group, maybe not individually, but as a group, they'll pick it up, and that those teenagers won't use that as a point to rationalize that it's okay for them. And then the situation starts there, and as Delegate Fast pointed out, then for many of them, not all of them, but for many of them, it leads on to other things that just scars them for life. And some of them, and we're dealing with other issues in this chamber to deal with drug abuse and to the epidemics that we have. And in many cases, in most every one of those cases, you can look back and it begins with marijuana. And there again, we can start the old adage that the camel gets his nose in the tent, and from there it starts. And like I said, we can rationalize this and say, well, we're not decriminalizing, but I can tell you for sure how those teenagers are going to interpret what you do today. And it won't be pretty in a lot of them's lives. So for that, I will vote no.
Is there further debate on the secondary amendment? If not, the gentleman from the 37th to close debate on the secondary amendment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to further reform the amendment. Just like was pointed out earlier in the bill, and I believe it's on page 3 on line 55, the same amendment that was made before would need to be made.
Are there objections to that reformation? Objection to the reformation is heard.
I move.
Gentleman from the 37th moves to be authorized to reform the amendment. Those in favor of, yes, gentleman from the 66th for a point of order.
If this motion is approved, would that reopen debate? If I'm understanding the posture at the moment, debate has ended. I would I guess I would ask that ruling from the chair is how we would proceed at that point. Would there be an opportunity to debate the reformed amendment?
It would be the ruling of the chair that would be necessary. If we have reformed the amendment, then there would be a new question before the body.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It would be the ruling of the chair that a reformed amendment would present a new question before the body.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yes, gentleman from the third, Douglas Fluharty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just so we're clear here, there was an objection made if we are to vote in favor of continuing to allow the gentleman to reform from the agreement that was reached from the sponsor of this legislation and the gentleman from 37th, we would vote in favor for reformation, correct?
The reformation sought by the gentleman from the 37th, or sought by the gentleman from the 29th, was agreed to by the gentleman from the 37th without objection. That reformation has been made.
Okay, that's the secondary one.
Before the body now is the secondary amendment as reformed 20 minutes ago.
Yes, but there's an objection made and he moved. So are we voting on whether he can continue? What's the current vote before us?
The gentleman from the 37th sought a further reformation. The chair understood.
Yes. And that was objected to.
There was objection to the further reformation. The gentleman has now moved for permission to further reform the amendment.
Okay.
So the question before the body, the question before the House is, shall the gentleman from the 37th be granted permission to further reform the pending secondary amendment?
Perfect. Thank you.
Are all members clear? Those in favor of, to be very clear, those in favor of granting permission for further reformation of the secondary amendment will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. No. Ayes appear to have that. Okay, the ayes do have that. Gentleman may reform the amendment. Can the gentleman please state the reformation?
To make it consistent with the first reformation of the amendment, it would be on page 3, line 55. It's the exact same language. We would change it the exact same way, thanks to the suggestion of the lead sponsor of the legislation.
Does the clerk have the additional reformation? Okay, while the clerk is noting the second reformation, the chair does recognize the gentleman from the 37th to, well, first, now that we have a second reformation, is there additional debate on the secondary amendment? Okay, if not, the gentleman from the 37th to close debate on the secondary amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's just a simple policy question. Do we think that we should tie up our court systems, tie up the work of our law enforcement, enforcing laws that we're already not really enforcing? It simply cleans up the criminal code. And that's what we're doing here with this bill. We're rewriting the criminal code. It gives us a perfect opportunity to remove the criminal penalties for small amounts of cannabis for those 21 years or older. Now, it's pointed out before about, you know, it being in the hands of children. Well, this states in law that it's still illegal for anyone, even if they're over 18. If they're not 21 or older, there's still a criminal penalty there. It's still illegal for kids. And I can assure you that with this, when we vote for this, we're not bringing anything into West Virginia that's not already here. It's already here. This simply states that, I couldn't put it as more simple as this, that adults in West Virginia 21 years or older can make that determination for themselves. Now, it's true what the gentleman from the 32nd said, I think several years ago, when he questioned me in the Judiciary Committee. He asked me if cannabis was a mind-altering substance. Of course it is. Just like alcohol, that's legal to be possessed or drank or sold in bars by people adults over 21 or older. They can drink. And guess what? Alcohol is the most deadly drug there is, but it's legal. This simply says that cannabis can be possessed in small amounts by adults 21 and older. I don't need to say any more. It's a pretty simple amendment.
Your debate has been closed, so the question now before the House is the secondary amendment. Those in favor of adoption of the second, was a roll call vote demanded? Roll call vote is demanded. Is the demand sustained? Demand is sustained. The question before the House now is the secondary amendment. Those in favor of adoption of the secondary amendment will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 46 ayes, 53 nays, and 1 member absent. Less than a majority in the affirmative. The chair declares that secondary amendment lost. Are there further secondary amendments?
Doggett, Fluharty, Young, and Fleischauer move to amend the bill. This is HFA Fluharty, Young, and Fleischauer 3-30.
Are there objections to having that secondary amendment explained in lieu of having it read? Okay, if not, the gentleman with the third to explain the secondary amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment restores language that intends to be stricken by this bill. I think when the bill was drafted, gentleman from the 29th did a great job of getting some stakeholders together and working long periods of time. And I think going through the course, they went through and said, hey, we have a lot of laws here on the books that this never happens. And then we decided the bill was drafted before January 6th. January 6th happened, and now we know, well, sometimes the amendment that I have and sometimes the laws on the books that haven't been used in a long time actually happen again. So this just restores language that was planned to be stricken and deals with invasion or insurrection against the state. And that's all it does. And I'm happy to close if necessary, and no need for a roll call, I don't think.
Question before the House is that secondary amendment just explained. The gentleman at 29th, Douglas Steele.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, this was a rather interesting, I believe we all had a rather healthy discussion about treason, insurrection, and other things sometime back around April of 2020 when we went over this particular article. Invasion or insurrection is more of a military terminology. Now, if you go back into the 1860s, I'm looking at 1849 is when this would have appeared in code. That would have been in Virginia. And we adopted a lot of our criminal code that came straight away from Virginia. One of the reasons that this got pulled out is invasion or insurrection is more of military terminology, where treason is more of a criminal terminology. Sometimes they could be used interchangeably, but of course they could be quite different. One of the things that bothered us about leaving invasion or insurrection in there, if you look at 6114 as it is read right now, if any person shall attempt to justify or uphold an armed invasion of this state or an organized insurrection therein by speaking, writing, or printing, or by publishing or circulating any written or printed document, or in any other way whatever, during the continuance of such invasion or insurrection, he shall be guilty of a misdemeanor, and upon conviction shall be fined not exceeding $1,000 and be fined in jail not exceeding 12 months. So, to attempt to justify or aid in an insurrection. The insurrection itself is actually a treasonous activity. So if we go back to 6111, treason is that the insurrection would be the treason. So to justify or uphold that treason or invasion or insurrection would actually be what's currently punishable under 6114. 6114 differs significantly from the amendment. If you look at the amendment, any person who commits an invasion or insurrection against the state is guilty of a Class 1 felony. Any person who upholds an invasion or insurrection against the state is guilty of a Class 5 felony, is the way it's written. I imagine it is meant to say is guilty of a Class 5 felony. So the penalty on that is getting ratcheted up quite a bit. One of the things that you got to remember with 6114 is what it originally was intended to deal with, and that would be those individuals that go around doing leaflets, pamphlets, things like that to garner support for an insurrection or invasion of the state. Okay, so a lot of times that could be done with some type of anonymous letters that were sometimes given out, rumored to be given out by Patrick Henry or Ben Franklin in support of the American Revolution. They did these kind of pseudonyms that they would distribute these pamphlets with, and that's what this was really directed at. If you look at some of our Supreme Court rulings, there's a real question as to whether or not this is actually in violation of the First Amendment. Now, let's set that aside for a moment and say that it is not a violation violation of the First Amendment. That you can't uphold an insurrection or by supporting it through political doctrine and things like that. I can agree with that. One of the things that I see as a vast difference between this amendment and what we currently have in code are some very pointed elements to the crime. It must have an overt action that involves the use of propaganda to further the insurrection. The amendment does not contain this language and would leave open to interpretation by a court or a jury as to what activity would be upholding an insurrection. And given that the amendment lacks that definition as to what physical activity do I undertake, is it simply saying, well, I can kind of see why those guys did that. Is that insurrection? Is that upholding insurrection? Or is going on the internet and creating a website that encourages people to join up in an insurrection something a little bit more overt? I think that's what our current insurrection law deals with. But the amendment misses. The other thing is it bumps it to a Class 5 felony from a misdemeanor. So I hope folks would understand why invasion and insurrection came out. It wasn't because we want that to happen. It's because treason pretty much deals with it. The other thing as to why I would oppose this amendment is because it's simply not well written, and it grossly increases the penalty for it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there debate on the secondary amendment? If not, the gentleman in the third to close debate on the secondary amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know why it was taken out. I get the idea that it was drafted back in 1800s or whenever, and leaflets and all that. So we took that out. We clarified the language. I still believe it needs to be on the books, and we know why. We just saw it on January 6th. So, either we could say we're good with it or we're not, and that's the policy before the body right now. And I would encourage supporting the amendment. Thank you.
The question now before the House is the secondary amendment. Those in favor of adoption of the secondary amendment will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will please say no. No. Noes appear to have that one. Okay, the noes do have that one. Chair declares that secondary amendment lost. Clerk will report the next secondary amendment.
Delegate Young and Fleischhauer move to amend the bill. This is HFA Young and Fleischhauer 3-30, number 1.
Are there objections to having this secondary amendment explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the lady from the 35th to explain the secondary amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Everybody says they have a small amendment. This is actually a small amendment. You guys voted on it last week. It was House Bill 3164 that changed the language for kidnapping to say that you don't have to transport somebody, you just have to inflict bodily injury. The rest of the definition stays the same. We already voted on it. The Senate already voted on it. I just want to make sure that if this bill passes, that the language is correct. Thank you.
The question now before the House is the secondary amendment just explained. Is there debate on the secondary amendment? The gentleman in the 29th, Douglas Steele.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I looked at this amendment, and I want to thank the delegate for telling me about it this morning. We went over it with council and stuff like that, and just figuring out, making sure it fits in the bill exactly where it's supposed to. It appears to do exactly as she said. The bill that did pass earlier that clarified some definitions with kidnapping, it would be encompassed right here. Totally fits within the bill, and I'd support the amendment.
Is there further debate on the secondary amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the secondary amendment will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares that secondary amendment adopted. Are there further secondary amendments? If not, the question now is on the primary amendment as amended. Gentleman from the 35th. Gentleman from the 29th.
I'll take this one, Mr. Speaker. It's merely these are technical changes to the primary amendment. I urge adoption of the primary amendment as amended.
Just to be clear, the question is on the primary amendment.
Correct.
Okay. Is there debate on the primary amendment as amended? If not, those in favor of the primary amendment will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Lady in the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, subject to announcements, the House stand in recess until 3:50.
Questions on the House standing in recess until 3:50. Are there announcements? If not, those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Those no, opposed no. The ayes have it. We are in recess until 3:50 p.m.